around employability, emerging technologies, and industry-aligned skill development. This workshop convenes at a pivotal juncture. The workforce of the future will be shaped not merely by the knowledge we currently possess, but by our collective capacity for continuous learning, critical reflection, and adaptive reskilling. As educators, researchers, industry partners, and students, we bear a shared responsibility to ensure that our talent is equipped not only for existing roles, but also for emerging opportunities that have yet to be redefined. American Chemical Society has long been a leader in advancing chemical education, professional development, and workforce readiness. Today's workshop reflects that ongoing commitment, bringing together diverse perspectives to share best practices, innovative models, and actionable strategies. I now request Ms. Aparna Sharma, Program Manager, Global Strategy for Society Programs at the American Chemical Society International India, to welcome our distinguished guests.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aparna Sharma and I represent ACS International India. I'm delighted to be the moderator for today's event. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to this program, Skilling Pathways for a Future Ready Workshop, a collaborative initiative by the American Chemical Society and Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. In today's rapidly evolving world where scientific discovery and innovation are reshaping industry, the need for adaptable, interdisciplinary, and innovation-ready talent has never been greater. This event is a response to a call, a platform to explore how we can empower students, researchers, and professionals with the skills, mindsets, and networks they need to thrive in the future of work. Through thought-provoking talks, engaging panel discussions, and hands-on workshops, we aim to spark ideas, foster collaboration, and inspire action. I encourage all of you to engage deeply, question boldly, and share openly. We are deeply honored to be joined by some of the distinguished minds in science, policy, and education, leaders who have not only shaped their field, but are also deeply invested in nurturing the next generation of the change makers. Please join me in welcoming them on stage. I welcome Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Institute Chair Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, past president, past president, Indian National Science Academy, former secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I welcome you on the stage, sir. I would like to welcome Ms. Latrice Garrison, Chief Operating Officer, American Chemical Society, on the stage, please. Would like to welcome Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Chair and Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, on the stage, please. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Geeta Vani Rayaso, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research. Dr. Diksha Gupta, Director, Global Strategy for Society Programs, ACS International India. Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro-Vice Chancellor and Dean, Biosciences and Biotechnology, Amity University, India. Noida. Professor Sunita Ratan, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology and Director, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. And now I would like to invite Dr. Diksha Gupta to formally welcome and felicitate our guests. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ashutosh Sharma here. Good to you all. Thank you so much, Professor Sharma, to join us in this event. Now would I like to invite Ms. Beatrice Garrison, Chief Operating Officer, American Chemical Society. Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Chair and Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog. Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasan, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research. Welcome, Dr. Rayasan. Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro-Vice Chancellor and Dean, Bioscience and Biotechnology, Amity University, Noida. Welcome to the event, sir. Professor Sunita Ratan, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology and Director, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. And now I would like to give over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. To make an auspicious beginning, let us start this event by lighting the lamp while chanting Saraswati Vandana for the blessings of the Almighty. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please proceed towards lighting the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा
Goddess Saraswati is a symbol of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and nature. May the divine power bless us all. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Biosciences and Biotechnology, Amity University, Noida. Dr. Tandon has served as Dean Faculty. Dr. Tandon has served as Dean Faculty of Sciences, Amity University, Punjab, Mohali. He has received his PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. His research expertise is in proteomics, medical biotechnology, management of urolithiasis. He has successfully completed several research projects funded by DBT, ICMR, DST. Now I would like to request Professor Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Biosciences and Biotechnology, to address the audience.
Thank you so much. On the behalf of most respected Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balwinder Shukla, on my own behalf, I very warmly welcome Professor Ashutosh Sharma ji, Institution Chair, IIT Kanpur, Ms. Garrison, Chief Operating Officer, ACS, Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Chair and Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, Dr. Geeta Vani Rasayan, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communication Policy Research, Dr. Diksha Gupta, Director, Global Strategy for Societal Programs, and all the participants, especially the students who are there to witness and also see and experience and also listen from very experienced people here. Well, this workshop is very, very important for each and every student. It is a privilege to address you all at a time when the world of science and technology is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Workshops like these are very relevant and are essential. As we all know that ACS is one of the world's most respected scientific organizations and has consistently played a transformative role in advancing chemical sciences, promoting research excellence, and nurturing global scientific talent. Today's workshop is going to play a very important role. Industries are changing, job roles are being redefined, and the skills required for success are becoming increasingly interdisciplinary. That is the key word, interdisciplinary, which is need of the hour today. For over a century, ACS has been at the forefront of publishing some of the most highly cited and impactful research scientific journals, providing cutting-edge educational resources, building global scientific communities, supporting career development and professional networking. Through this workshop, ACS bridges the gap between academic learning and industry expectations, which is precisely what makes today's workshop so valuable. Dear students, I can see lots of students in this auditorium, which is always very, very, very important and welcoming. Your presence here is very important. Engagement with ACS opens multiple doors for you to access to world-class scientific literature through ACS journals, exposure to global best practices in chemical sciences and allied fields, opportunities for skill development aligned with emerging industry needs, career guidance, and professional networking with international experts. In a competitive global environment, these advantages can significantly enhance your employability, research potential, and professional confidence. As a university which is committed to excellence, we firmly believe that future readiness is built through continuous skilling, interdisciplinary learning, and strong global partnerships. Our founders, sir, our management, our chancellor, they always believe and have done it which is evident in the actions and the record of the university today. Amity University is a research and innovation-driven university. We have 50,000 plus publications. We have funding projects from all the funding agencies. We have filed more than 2,800 patents, and 458 patents have been granted to us. Workshops like this are not standalone events. They are stepping stones towards building a vibrant ecosystem for innovation and employability. I encourage all the participants to engage actively, ask questions, and explore opportunities. Let this workshop ignite new ideas, new collaborations, and new pathways for growth. In conclusion, I once again extend my sincere appreciation to American Chemical Society, the organizing team, and all participants for making this initiative possible. I'm confident that today's celebrations will meaningfully contribute to shaping a truly future-ready workshop. I wish the workshop great success and productive deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tandon. And now I would like to invite Dr. Diksha Gupta to take over for the speaker session. Thank you, Aparna. Thank you, everyone at MIT. Really, thank to Professor Shukla for really seeding the whole discussion and then welcoming us at MIT. And thank you for the organizing team. So now move into the speaker session, and there is a little change. We will start the first session. We'll start the session with our first speaker as Professor Vivek Singh, who is Senior Advisor at NITI Aayog and takes care of science and technology aspects of the policy. He had been a professor of computer science at Delhi University before getting into this role. And there he was the head of the department and dean of faculty of mathematical science. He also had his teaching stint at South Asian University, Banaras Hindu University, and Banasthali Vidyapeeth. With that brief introduction, now I invite Professor Vivek Singh to share his remarks and enlighten us with his extensive work in innovation and related things.
Thank you, Diksha. Distinguished guests on the dais, faculty members from MIT in the audience, and also dear students. It's really wonderful to be here, a beautiful campus, and a hall full with young minds. Nothing could be better than this to start the day. So I just would like to share with you 3 small points, and largely coming from my role as science and technology policy domain expert in NITI Aayog. So at NITI Aayog, as many of you may be aware, we work on all policy aspects of science and technology, programs, policies, and so on that are relevant for Government of India. And that also involves working very closely with states. So 3 points. This is a wonderful program, Skilling Pathways for Future Ready Workforce. This is a very important topic that has been chosen, and thanks to ACS and MIT to come up with such a wonderful topic. And discussions on this is going to help all the young minds who are present here. So the 3 shorter points that I wanted to share is, number 1, I think this is the best time to be a student. If you go back 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, when many of us have been students, there were, not enough resources as you see today. So if you really want to learn anything, you have plenty of resources, most of that available at your fingertips. You have technology providing a lot of resources. You have access to journals, you have access to databases. Most of these books are available online, and there's plenty of material available as courses. So I would say this is the best time. If you ask your parents, maybe most of them, and including me as well, what we have in our time is that we didn't have access to all good books. So I belong to computer science, and most of these books were very, very costly, and we could not afford them at that point of time. And they were not readily available. And what we were doing essentially is, taking Xerox copies from our seniors, and that was like a prized possession going on for generations. So that's a major change that has happened. So 1, we have enough resources available. So it is for us to decide how we are going to consume that, how we are going to use that, and how we are going to enrich ourselves, to skill ourselves by using those resources. But not only resources, it is also a very good time, I would say best time to be a student, because opportunities are also unlimited. In our times, opportunities were much limited in the sense that, there were limited career prospects, limited career opportunities, but you now have so many opportunities. You can create your startup, you can work with, so many organizations that are in India. You can, whatever good idea that you have, there's a lot of support system in terms of support for startups. You have a lot of fellowships to go for a doctoral fellowship or a postdoctoral fellowship. And there are wonderful opportunities across the spectrum. So that is why I say this is the best time to be a student. resources and opportunities. And this is what you really need in order to excel in your career pathways. Another important point that I wanted to share with all of you is the whole domain of science, technology, innovation is changing very rapidly. So what is happening nowadays is that there's a greater focus on productization. India has, as many of you may be aware, is among the top 5 knowledge producers in terms of research publications that we produce in index journals, also in terms of patents that we file. And we'll be happy to know that our resident filing has improved significantly. We are about 56% of the patents that are filed, that are granted, they are resident filed patents. So we are improving a lot in terms of the knowledge that we produce. And fortunately or unfortunately, our whole value system has been that knowledge is a common good. So we should share it freely. But across the world, and if you look at the changing global world order, what is happening is those economies are prospering who have been able to utilize the knowledge by converting that knowledge into socio-economic goods. So it is a time that the knowledge that we produce, we try to productize it. So what does it mean? The papers that you write, the patents that you do, take the extra step, try to convert that knowledge, try to translate that knowledge into actual products which can be of use for the society, which can be of use for wider audience. Okay? So this is a very important thing. We'll have to look beyond, and universities and our academic institutions, now government is very seriously looking forward to all these things happening in academic institutions. So in academic institutions, we have been only producing knowledge, sharing knowledge, but now it's a time that we walk the extra mile to convert that knowledge into actual usable products which have an economic value. And third and last point that I would like to bring forward for your kind attention is we all know about the changing global world order. And we also know that many countries, many developed countries are using their technologies as a kind of weapon, as a kind of strength that they have in order to negotiate with the rest of the world. We also know what is happening to the many international organizations. We all know what is happening with UN and other international organizations. So in this changing time, a country will be strong only if it is technologically strong. So it is very important for India as a country that we become technologically self-reliant to the extent possible. And this technological self-reliance will happen only from contribution from all of us. It can't be only from government. It can't be only from academic institutions. So all of us will have to come together. So we need university, we need industry, both of them coming together, and we also need government to play a role of enabler to bring the enabling policies, to bring the enabling structures, so that university industry interaction improves. We have better translational ecosystem. So all that is needed, and technological sovereignty, technological self-reliance is the need of the hour, and we all can contribute significantly to this as we work in this domain of knowledge production and so on. So my best wishes with this program. Wonderful time to be here, and the experts that you see here, they're all very accomplished, acclaimed, and I wish that this day is going to be very, very productive. And thank you once again to ACS and Amity for making this possible and for inviting me here. Good time to be a student. Make best use of this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our guest, Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Chair and Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog. Since our guest has to leave early, may I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am and Professor Chandradeep Tandon sir to present the memento to Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Chair and Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh, for sharing nuggets of wisdom. Three things: supercritical knowledge, access, opportunity, technological sovereignty, and what else you need. So best time to be a student. Note it down. It's going to help you throughout the day. So now I move to our next speaker. Ms. Latrice Garrison serves as Chief Operating Officer at the American Chemical Society, which is one of the largest scientific organizations in the world, more than 200,000 members across 150 countries. Latrice has an extensive 3 decades of experience at ACS, spearheading different projects, programs, shaping enterprises, and a key architect of our global strategy and global growth. With that brief introduction, I invite Latrice to share her thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this morning to welcome each of you on behalf of the American Chemical Society. I would like to extend my thanks to Amity University for hosting us and for being a partner in this event. I'd also like to thank the wonderful ACS team who has worked diligently to put together today's events for you all to ensure that you are going to be prepared for the future. I'd like to spend just a little time introducing you to the American Chemical Society. My first question, how many of you are members of the American Chemical Society? By show of hands, let's see. Fantastic, it's good to see that. So to all the members, thank you so much for being a member. For those who are not, you will have the opportunity to become a member of the American Chemical Society because we are one of the world's largest scientific societies and you want to be a part of all that we have to offer. So my goal here today is to introduce you to ACS and to help you to understand the breadth, the depth, and the impact of the American Chemical Society, not just as a scientific organization and a scientific publisher, but one that works on behalf of chemical scientists all across the globe. We are influential in terms of how we produce science, how we share science, and how we make available the opportunity for individuals such as yourself to network. Our programs and initiatives span across education, research, publishing, workforce development, and global collaboration. Now, as you all may be able to see, I'm wearing a pin under this beautiful scarf that represents the 150th anniversary of the American Chemical Society. So this year, 2026, we are celebrating our 150th anniversary. We were founded in 1876 by over 35 chemists in New York, and we've continued to grow exponentially ever since then. Our flagship journal is the Journal of the American Chemical Society, and this began in 1879, providing the foundation for leadership and scholarly publishing. So as you continue to matriculate throughout your programs and your degrees, please do consider submitting a manuscript to publish within the American Chemical Society. This will give you a great platform to share your research. Our global expansion began in 1993. We really want to reflect how chemistry is an interdisciplinary science that's located across the globe and is seeking to improve all things for all people. We're based in Washington, D.C., where we have over 2,000 employees, and we have employees in 25 countries, including here in India. Our community consists of over 262,000 people across 195 countries, and we support local chapters in the U.S., divisions across every area of chemistry, analytical, biochemistry, inorganic, organic, you name it, you have a place and a home within the American Chemical Society. And then we have our international chapters. I was so pleased to see the sign as I walked in that highlighted the international chemistry chapters, and congratulations to each of you here in India who've actually established an ACS international chapter. And thank you for helping us to expand our mission and our vision within India. Our many journals, we do publish over 2.2 million articles a year, and we have over 345 million downloads of all of our articles. We administer national awards all over, and these awards help to recognize chemists for the work that they are doing in demonstrating the impact of the chemical sciences. So you may ask, what is the purpose of ACS and what values do you stand on? As you consider your career and career opportunities, I encourage each of you to look at the company, the organization, the university, or wherever you're seeking to work and think about what are their core values. Are these values that match with who you are as an individual? Are these values that are going to allow you to show up as who you are and to maintain your identity? So the values for the American Chemical Society are passion for science, lifelong learning, inclusion and belonging, and sustainability. These 4 values are ones that have resonated with me throughout my professional journey and have allowed me to be with the American Chemical Society for over 3 decades because I see the direction that the organization is headed in, and it's something that I believe strongly in. One of the benefits of the ACS is that we are able to convene chemical scientists from around the world and of very levels of different stature. Most notably, our Nobel Prize winner, Professor Omar Yaghi. He is the current executive editor of the Journal of the American Chemical Society and has served as a speaker for many of our ACS events. So as you can tell, Nobel laureates want to be affiliated with the American Chemical Society and to help us to advance chemistry. Within India, this has become one of our strategic and vibrant opportunities as a part of the ACS global ecosystem. We are proud of the growth that is happening here within the country. I'm proud to say that there are over 18,000 individuals within India who are affiliated with the American Chemical Society. This not only includes members and students, but it also includes many of our journal editors as well as our advisory board members, where there are over 280 of those individuals. Additionally, over 150 startups have engaged with the American Chemical Society coming through India. So we are very pleased and proud of all the research that is happening here, of all the students who are engaging. As we think about how we operate in Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Calcutta, we have a team of over 400 employees here within India. I encourage you to get to know them. You're going to meet a few of them today. I encourage those of you who are interested in working for the American Chemical Society, keep an eye out of jobs that are available, because the way in which we collaborate with others within this country are helping us to advance, whether it be with DST or INSA or manuscript writing or other workshops. It's a great opportunity for young professionals such as yourself to work within the chemical science enterprise. As this event is focused on the STEM workforce and helping you to develop, please know that the workforce is going to require great minds. We're in a pivotal moment for the world as we're seeking to solve world challenges leveraging the sciences and especially chemistry. I want to congratulate each of you for recognizing the importance of being here today. This is an opportunity for you not only to build your resume from a technical standpoint, but from an interpersonal skills standpoint and from that soft skills perspective. You're going to gain some valuable insights today into things that you will need to know to be successful within any employment sector. In addition to attending workshops like this, I encourage you to get internships, to do job shadowing, and to look for other opportunities for you to network with those professionals who are already there. As Dr. Singh just stated, leverage all of your resources. The reason is because you are the CEO of your journey. Everyone in this room has the title of CEO attached to them because it's up to you to decide your journey, your path, and your 3-year strategy for your career. Today is just the beginning. So I encourage you to continue to take advantage of what the American Chemical Society has to offer. Take advantage of what your professors share with you. Take advantage of the organizations within India who are here to help promote you, to encourage you, and to help you grow professionally. I am very proud of each and every one of you for being here today, and I wish you all the best. Do remember, you are the CEO of your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Latrice, for sharing length, breadth, and depth of what ACS does across the world, and in particularly India. Indeed, I think that's an exciting time. If you recall the resources, the access, and the guidance, I think we have the best of everything today. So now, without further delay, I move to our next speaker, none other than Dr. Geetavani Raisam. She's currently director for a CSIR Institute, NISPER. And before that, she has she was in a great responsibility for CSIR HRDG and played a critical role in solving issues related to fellowship disbursement and made the whole process efficient for the younger researcher.
By training, she holds the PhD from ISC Bangalore and a postdoc from NIH US. Without any further delay, I invite Dr. Raisam over. to
Good morning, everyone, and to all the distinguished dignitaries on the stage, Professor Sharma, the COO from APS and Amity, all the distinguished guests and dear students. It's really nice to see an auditorium full of young students. And I'm very happy that the organizers invited me here today to be with you in the morning. And whenever I see students, I always say, when we talk of Vikasit Bharat, it is the responsibilities on young students. Because when we talk of 2047 or meeting the net, energy goals in 2070, it is the youth of this country who are going to lead it. Because those on the stage perhaps will not be in positions to really, take it forward, but it is the youth. So there is a lot of responsibility which rests with you. And I'm sure the workshops like today are really preparing you for the future. And as the previous speakers talked about, it's really a great moment to be students. And India, as you know, we are really reaping the demographic dividend. India is full of youthful energy. So the question is, how do we empower this youth to really contribute to the country? So I think in that context, this workshop is very, very important, which is being organized by ACS and Amity University. So I am from the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. How many of you have heard of CSIR? Raise your hand. Okay, that's a good number. So it's one of the premier science and technology organizations in the country, started in 1942, even before India's independence. So many of you may know that CSIR has 37 research laboratories spread across the country, from north in Jammu to Kerala and in Gujarat to Guwahati. So they cover vast aspects of science and technology, from aerospace to oceans to agriculture to gene editing and biotechnology. So there is not a single area of S&T perhaps which is not covered. So where do I come from right now? I am from the National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, which is one among the 37 research labs. And we are a very unique lab. As I said, the focus is on R&D, but NISPER, which is the short form of National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, is uniquely positioned because it's the kind of connective force which is taking the science and technology being developed in these research labs to the society. So our motto is to connect science to society and industry. So the question somebody may ask, why do you need to connect to society? Is it really important? It's not enough that we are just doing the science? Perhaps not, because we are a society and the funding is coming from the government. So we are answerable to the public. And also more importantly, the awareness of science among the students and among the common public is very, very important. Many of you may or may not know, even in our constitution, scientific temper has been mentioned. I think it's only, India is the only constitution where it mentions in the constitution itself that scientific temper and approach are very critical. So that shows the importance of science communication. And so our institute is dedicated to that. And it is not a new, we have started in 1942, as I told. And when you talk of science communication, there are several modes of science communication. For example, we publish 15 research journals for from biology to chemistry, physics, engineering, and traditional knowledge, and many interdisciplinary areas. And these are published in India for India. And these are open access and there is no charges. So if any of the students or the faculty wish to publish, you're more than welcome. They're available online and indexed in all kinds of international databases and globally benchmarked. And apart from this research journals, we also do popular science communication in terms of science magazines. I do not know, like I was told, I started as a biochemist. And really, if I look back, what made me get into biochemistry or molecular biology, I remember reading Scientific American and reading about gene editing, gene therapy then by Dr. Inder Verma. That really motivated me that I should do science. I'm sure each of you have some story that, which you read, some popular science or a popular article, which made you think that, okay, I should take up this career. So I think it's very important that we communicate science to the community. And not only that, many times during COVID, you must have noticed there was a lot of misinformation going around, right? You don't know. So it is really important that scientists and science students also, not just the scientists, but even the scientific students can also take up to conveying the right information. Because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And how do you combat that? Only by genuine and authentic voices speaking for science. And I think nothing embodied better than COVID-19 and how India handled it. And in fact, if India is one country, there was a study in Nature which was published that they looked at how many people believe in science and scientists, and India ranked pretty high on that, which is really a heartening thing to know. So, and and I'm seeing that there is also a workshop on innovation, and that's really important because when you talk of innovation, it is science and technology led innovation, which can really make India a developed country, which is our aspiration by 2047. So without science and technology, I don't think we'll be able to achieve the goals we want. You talk of climate change, you talk of AI, everything is based on R&D and science and technology. So I think these are very critical areas. But when I talk of science and technology, it doesn't mean that uh, everybody has to do it. But what is important is the scientific curiosity and the scientific temper are important irrespective of whether you do science or not, because that is what is of a really, mature society. And when we are talking of careers, and I'm sure that's what is on top of your mind when you're coming and signing up to this workshop. 30 years back, when I was a student, like Professor Vivek Singh also taught, we didn't have such opportunities. And I would have been happy to have such opportunities. But whatever opportunities are there, please grab. And one thing I want to share from my personal journey is, if you had asked me even 5 years back whether I'd be heading this institution and I'll be speaking to you, I would say no. So my own journey has been constant learning, constant exploration. I'm not here to talk about the full journey, but I have changed my role many, many times. So from my story, if I can say, what I'm saying is learning is a continuous process. Even today, when I took over as the director, it is not that I know everything about science communication or policy, but I am open to learn. So that is what I want to tell all of you, that be open to learning, because learning and skilling is a continuous effort. And I think ever more, because today, when you're talking of artificial intelligence, of course, there is an elephant in the room. Is artificial intelligence going to take away the jobs? That's one of the most concerns. How do you foolproof yourself? We are talking of future ready. I've been reading articles. Then people are saying, humanities are important, creativity is important. There are many, many things which are important just than the rote learning. So if you need to excel in those, and I think this is the moment when opportunities are like this, you need to reskill yourself and upskill yourself. And as I said, a career path is not linear. Each one has their own trajectory. And if you ask any successful leader, they must have had failures, which we do not often acknowledge. So don't think that everybody sitting on the stage had only success. Each and everybody had some failure at some point, but doesn't mean that you cannot reinvent yourself or that you cannot achieve success. So that is one word of which I want to share with the youngsters, that don't be afraid, take risk, fail, it's okay, but you can reinvent yourself because the future is full of opportunities, and grab those opportunities when you are given one. And when we talk of AI, another word which I would like to talk to the youngsters is have to have very ethical use of AI. I was recently at the conference in Bharat Mandapam, and many people want to use AI, but you do not know how to use AI. What is ethical use of AI, and where is it that you can use and where is it that you cannot use? Because that is very, very critical. And especially if you're preparing a CV and so on, and be honest about it, be ethical, because some people are going to find out. So this is another piece of advice I would like to give the youth, that please, if you're using tools like AI, use it only for refining, but not for writing your complete manuscript or CV or report. You can use it only for, fine tuning it. And if you're using it beyond that, you have to declare the use of AI. Where have you used it? And in fact, when you try to publish papers, people are asking if you have used AI, you declare it, what are the prompts you have used, so depending on each publisher, their policies are being evolved. So you need to be aware of these things when you are looking at the thing. And as I said, and we are working on science communication. We are also doing science policy, which is another important aspect, like Professor Vivek Singh talked about. What are the policies which are driving the science and technology. If you want to have Vikasit Bharat, what are the targets you need to achieve and how do you go about it? What will be the enabling policies? So when the government is looking for policies, somebody has to generate evidence, right? How is it, maybe how is the Western countries doing it? What are the developed countries doing it? What are the lessons for India? What are the policies you can tweak to actually achieve the growth? So these are some of the policy research studies also we are doing. And so if some of you are interested, we'll be open for internships sometime. So some of you can try to do internships and not only at NESPER, at many CSIR labs, and in the country, there are many excellent institutions. So please look for internships also, because some of the speakers earlier also endorsed it, because that will really give you opportunities to understand better and to know what is real life and how you can really employ yourself. And I think apart from the traditional career paths, India is really booming now with the startups. And I'm sure each and every one of you, may be an entrepreneur, maybe you may be in the Shark Tank, or you can be doing a deep tech tomorrow. So the options are immense. So the only thing is you need to be consistent and hardworking and really be and go deep. I think much of today we are all superficial because everybody is busy and we only read superficial knowledge, but that's not going to serve you in the long run. You have to develop deep knowledge and deep expertise in your areas. And I think with that, you will really, really succeed. And again, I'm very happy to be here today and talk to you. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for highlighting the evolving role of AI in everything. So with that, now we move to a very special lecture. I'm privileged and humbled to introduce Padam Shri awardee, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. He currently serves as Institute Chair Professor at IIT Kanpur. Before that, he was president at the Indian National Science Academy, INSA, and former secretary at Department of Science and Technology. He served there for 7 years. By training, he is a scientist. He has his BTech at IIT Kanpur and master's at Penn State, PhD at Buffalo, and he joined as a faculty at IIT Kanpur. He is a global accomplished researcher in the field of nanomaterials, colloids, interfaces, and newly emerging area now, skin, nanomaterials, and AI, whatnot. Professor Sharma is recipient of every possible award we can think of, starting from Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, Infosys Prize, Ross Academy Award, H.K. Firodia Award, and not only one PhD, he has more than a dozen honorary PhDs to his credit. Professor Sharma and we share a special relationship. He had been an editor on ACS Applied Material and Interface for more than a decade and had been a mentor, collaborator, and guide in different roles at DST and INSA, where we build joint programs to serve the scientific community. So with that brief introduction, I invite Professor Sharma to share his vast experience and wisdom and nuggets out of that in time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Deeksha. You have taken 2 of my minutes. So that will not be counted in my 20 minutes. Good morning. It's a great day to be with you all. And American Chemical Society, we are very pleased that their top leadership is here. So Ms. Latrice Garrison, Chief Operating Officer of ACS, is she with us? She spoke about the skills and what do they mean in today's world. Dr. Deeksha Gupta, representative of ACS in India. Indeed, she has global roles as well, I understand. We have with us the top leadership also of MIT. Dr. Ashok Chauhan himself has been greatly interested in this kind of program, and I have been in touch with him for quite some time, bringing programs related to skills to the university. We have with us also lots of top minds like Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam,
And of course, the leadership, Professor Tandon and everybody from here. So it's indeed a great day. I have relation both with American Chemical Society as well as MIT, because I am also a doctorate from MIT, Noida campus. So I am, your how should I say, your alumnus of MIT. So thank you very much for organizing this program here. Especially good to see so many young people. Can you, young people, please raise your hands? You are so wrong. You are so wrong. I am young, you are younger. Because if you are young, then you would call me old, right? I am not old. I am young, you are younger, you are not young. Okay, so please remember that, and it's part of soft skill. It is part of soft skill not to deal in stereotype. Okay, so if you, this is part of diversity, inculcating diversity and inclusion. Your diversity, when you're working in teams, when you're solving a problem, you need diversity. You need gender diversity. You need age diversity. You need people with different socioeconomic backgrounds, different perspectives in solving problems. So you cannot deal with people saying, hey, you are old, you are a woman, you are, you eat this, you have this language. You cannot do that. So the first lesson in skills is diversity. Now, I'm not talking abstract. I'm not talking philosophical. A lot of people dismiss this stuff. They say, hey, that's abstract. I'm too young to worry about it now. Okay, it's not abstract. It's totally selfish. And this is about your career. This is about your life. This is about your effectiveness in your profession and your life. Now you see the stuff we are discussing here is what is it? Skilling pathways for a future-ready workforce. So what are skills? So skills is not something new. Actually, it is there in Bhagavad Gita. It says yoga, karmeshu, kaushalam. Yoga is excellence in action. It's perfection in action. So it's not simply action. It is basically bringing in little bit extra to that action. And so this is what is called skill. The skill is perfection in action. And there are many aspects of that skill. There are two different aspects of the skill, the professional skill and the human soft skill. And both of them are equally important. In fact, the human-centered soft skills may be even more important than the professional skills that one has to learn and relearn. The second keyword here is future. Future ready. What does it mean? See, the future is not what it used to be. Future is not what it was for me. The future for you, the younger people here, is going to be very different, because future is coming at us at an exponential rate. It's coming faster and faster. So it's going like this, technology is going like this, but our response to technology, the response of society to technology is linear with a small slope. So there is divergence between the world of technology, the techno-commercial world, and then the mind, the human mind, it cannot adopt as fast as the technology comes at us. So the future has a special challenge today than it ever had before. 10 years from now, if you are sitting here, you would see a different world. You would see a different world of education, a different world of research, different world of publication, dissemination of information. All of that is going to change in many radical ways. And so we have to be prepared for it now. Now is a good time to start understanding who we are, where we are going, how we are going to get there, and what happens to us in the process of getting there. So anyway, I got now 20 minutes and I had 20 skills that I want to talk about. 30 seconds for each skill, and then we'll get there. The first one I said diversity, inclusion, very important. Very, very important. And so the future actually rests on problem solving, and problem solving is all about diversity because we cannot recognize certain problems unless you had diversity. We cannot know different aspects of those solutions of those problems unless we had diversity. Diversity is not a lip service. Now, of course, many, societies is up and down. It's not a political slogan. Please understand that very clearly. It's about, it's not about, society is not about only being optimal and efficient. It's also about diversity because just imagine if all of us were copies of each other, if we were very efficient, but we were clones of each other, the first virus that kills you will kill me and everybody else. So when you want to be robust, you want to survive with changing circumstances, and the future is nothing but changing circumstances. You need to have diversity as the bulwark against changes, right? So it's clear. How many here? I think people are here from chemistry background. How many from chemistry background? Okay, very good. So, chemistry, you people should solve every problem. You should be able to solve every problem. You know why? Because you have all the solutions in the lab. Now you need to translate that into real life. How do you translate solutions into the lab? All the bottles, the solutions, okay, they solve problems. Hey, some of you have physics background? Yeah, so I should not leave physics people, without joking about it. So you know why physicists, they like electrons and protons to combine to give neutron. You know why? Because neutron is free of charge. Everybody likes free of charge, free stuff, right? What about the material science? Anybody material science here? Yeah, not too many. Okay, but anyway, engineers, material scientists, we don't trust atoms. We don't trust atoms because they make up everything. That's about, okay, I'm done with all my jokes now. So we can get on with the skills. So you need one core fundamental skill. If you're a chemist, maybe organic, inorganic, red chemistry, green chemistry, physical chemistry, whatever. You need one stuff that you can call your own. But that's not enough. You need interdisciplinary thinking, which means I may be red chemist, but I understand the green chemist. And we can work together. We understand the nomenclature of each other. We know how to talk to each other without calling ourselves the center of the universe. Now, everybody thinks that they are the center of the universe. Okay, but there is no center in the universe, and everybody is right at the center. Now, we need computational and digital skills, at least one core language, data handling and statistics, simulation and AI awareness, which is not a substitute. Okay, AI awareness is not yet. It may become in 10 years, and it probably would, but that's something to watch out for. Right now, it's not a substitute for common sense. So of course, we need to remain with the common sense. Common sense is basically something which is not very common. And if you had done PhD, you would totally lose it. Okay, I mean, I can guarantee you that. Because PhD is all about being narrow and deep, whereas common sense is about being spread out and connecting things which have not been connected before. So it's finding solutions for problems. Now, systems thinking, that's very important. Systems thinking and design. What I mean, we decompose something complex into smaller parts. Okay, we understand the smaller parts. We also understand how to bring them together again to make the whole system. So that's a skill which is not really taught about the interfaces between components, interactions among components, the life cycle analysis, and the nexus. What I mean by nexus, when you are working in water, you're only working in agriculture. because 75% water is used in agriculture. So there's a nexus. You cannot solve problems in isolation. And the life cycle is basically cradle to grave. It's not only focusing on, hey, when I'm making it or when I'm using it, what's going to happen. And sustainability, Ms. Garrison talked about sustainability becomes critical about future. Look, in the future, I would say there are only three challenges, overarching challenges: intelligent machines and how to work with them. So future, you would not be hunting for jobs as a human, but as a pair, a human and his machine. Okay, so if you know, understand your machine and your machine understands you, then you have much better chance of, landing a good job, okay, than just a little human who is not connected to anything else and has very little data that you can carry in your head. So that's one. The challenge is rise of intelligent machines. We may call them cyber physical, we call them Industry 4.0, call them IoT, call them, by the way, Industry 4.0 is the convergence of cyber and physical. What about Industry 6.0, 8.0, 9.0? Where do you think they're going to go? Well, they would bring in biology. So cyber, physical, biological, all integrated together. And that's going to happen. It's happening now, but it's going to happen at faster and faster pace. Some of the cyber physical in my body and my brain, some of my body and my brain onto chips. Both of them going to happen, this integration in a seamless way. And we have to be totally prepared for it. Hands-on experimental skills are very important. Now, how many of you know how to experiment? Not in high school anyway, we didn't do any experiment. So after that, hopefully, you know how to put things together, how to design an experiment, measurements, instrumentation, error analysis, design of experiments, prototyping. All of these are soft professional skills. Problem framing and solving, ill-posed problems especially. And the next thing, of course, is communication, which is, talking, writing professional papers, but also other stuff. So communication of all kinds is very important. Ethics, responsibility, and context. So ethics and responsibility, oftentimes we think that this is only responsibility of a corporation. So we mostly think, hey, I'm just a little scientist, I'm a little manager. I don't have to worry about ethics. I don't have to worry about all this stuff that the government and the corporation will take care of. It doesn't work that way. So there are, of course, thresholds beyond which an individual cannot and should not push. It's better to resign than to remain with a corporation which would make you push beyond a boundary. There's a boundary that you have to set. So by little actions, things get reformed. By little actions, everything is possible. So we must keep in mind that there is an individual ethics and there is a professional ethics. Safety, reliability, and risk management, these are very important aspects. So environmental impact of everything that we do, we develop those skills. The domain knowledge, of course, is very important. We must have one domain knowledge. I pointed out, for example, if you're a chemist, you may be an organic, inorganic, physical, what have you. But there are other domain skills which are not related just to chemistry, physics, or material science, or what have you. They are basically interdisciplinary domain skills. For example, materials or mechanics or manufacturing, or even the market or management or man. So all of these are domain skills which are beyond chemistry or physics or biological sciences or what have you. So you may have some expertise in energy and climate, in embedded systems, in AI, automation, biomed, infrastructure and smart cities, quantum and nano, especially for research pathways. So all of these skills, professional skills, are beyond a certain tool, let's say chemistry or what have you. How many people here are really impressed by chemistry? You should learn chemistry, but not be impressed by it because it's changing. Everything changes. Okay, what we know about chemistry, we should have the right chemistry, of course, but not be wedded either to chemistry or physics or engineering or what have you. So these are meta skills. This is about future meta skills. Meta skills are learning to learn because see, everything I learned as an undergraduate, I have no hesitation in telling you, have been completely useless. Okay, I've been complete. In fact, what I have been teaching as a professor is 80% useless. What I learned was 100% useless. So I have done a little better as a teacher than as a student. But you see, must not forget that is the learning to learn, which is important. Because when I want to solve a problem, it's not because I did some course. It's not going to be helpful. You would have to relearn. You have to relearn that problem on its own context and its own substrate. You cannot bring your tools to it unless they match the problem, and they don't match the problem. And no matter how much you laugh about what I'm saying, you would realize the bitter truth of it within 5 years of your graduation, or maybe sooner if you still hold the job. Okay, so thinking and judgmental skills, critical and independent thinking, decision making under uncertainty. This is why we are so attracted to AI. You know why we love AI and why AI doesn't love us? Because because we don't know how to make decisions in complexity. So I outsource all my decisions. Very soon I'll start saying, tell me what to eat, tell me who to date. I mean, it's already telling us. Okay. So saying, how long should I remain married? All that stuff is going to be outsourced totally. Okay. And this is because in complexity, we don't know how to make decisions. All right. So this is a challenge indeed. Self-management skills and collaboration and team skills. Self-management is about time, energy, and emotional regulation. How many PhD students are here? PhD student, we need to have Diksha, need to have a separate program for PhD students, PhD people doing PhD, because the emotional regulation is a very big aspect of it. Because see, for in PhD is orthogonal to master's program and undergraduate program. Because undergraduate program, we only is a passive learning and then cracking exam. In PhD, you have to produce new knowledge, which requires a different orientation and a lot of uncertainty, both about the time it would take and the new ideas that you would create and what is after 5 to 7 years. So it's lots of stress. How to deal with that stress, how to internalize that stress, and how to metabolize that stress is very important aspect. Most of the PhD programs are failing not because of skills or because of IQ, is because you don't know how to deal with uncertainty and how to be independent thinker and how to be critical thinker. Thinking of independent critical thinking, every time we do something, we must examine it critically. For example, we start all these workshops with Saraswati Vandana. Saraswati is the goddess, as we say, of knowledge. But we forget that we also need to do Lakshmi Vandana at the same time. Why? Because you cannot create knowledge without money. Right? You ask any professor what they want. Nobody ever told me they need knowledge. They say, you keep knowledge, give me money. So the fact is we are barking up the wrong tree. So when we are saying we must have a healthy respect, both for the money. By money, I don't mean hoarding or extractive economy. I mean money which is in circulation, which impacts our life and society. And we must have respect for Saraswati, which is information and knowledge, which will create more opportunities for us. So this is how you examine everything, no matter if you have been doing it for 100 years. There's always time to examine. You see, for example, this, right? I'm always telling people, give me a t-shirt, right? Okay, instead of this. So we must critically examine everything that we do and say, hey, we can change it if we need to change it. Um, I would conclude now by saying, um, yeah, it's about understanding innovation and invention. Other words, understanding Lakshmi and Saraswati. The knowledge which is not expected, Saraswati is the knowledge or information which help in creating new opportunities. Similarly, Lakshmi, the money is for circulating it so that it creates new opportunities. Now, invention is a black box in which money comes in and knowledge goes out, right? So this is what we do in MET. This is what we do in CSIR labs. We do it everywhere. We say, look, we can transform money into knowledge, and this is a black box. Innovation is opposite, another black box in which knowledge comes in and money goes out. So we need to understand both of these, invention and innovation, working together seamlessly. And this is what makes for a good society, both Lakshmi and Saraswati working together. Um, so finally, that I would say, let me conclude by saying we will keep talking about the skills all the time. Okay, skills, and then you join a corporate, then people will say deadline, deadline, deadline. Then they will say be more efficient, optimize, optimize, be efficient. Not ACS. ACS is good. It's in the knowledge business, right? But most corporates today, they'll say cut out the slack, optimize, efficient, deadline. Okay. So it is good actually to have a fasting from skills, take a break once a month. You don't do that, you would become so brittle and so tight that you would just keep remembering skills, deadlines, right? And it will corrode your soul. You will not remain efficient at the end of it. So this is a soft skill which nobody is going to talk to you about ever. They'll say we must, just like body needs to fast. You have had too much food, binge, eating after a month, you need to take a break. Okay, so don't become like a machine, because you cannot compete with a machine on its own terms. We have to be a little bit human and then understand what machine can do and what we can do better. And we cannot do that if we become more like machine. We say here a very straight jacket about things. We must have some slack, and we must respect that slack, which is nothing but diversity. Thank you very much. Live long and prosper.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we come to a very special moment in our program to honor our visionary leader in science and innovation, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Institute Chair Professor at IIT Kanpur has made an extraordinary contribution to the scientific community and to national development. In recognition of his achievements and his recent conferment of the prestigious Padma Shri, we are privileged to present him with a special token of appreciation. And I now invite Ms. Latrice Garrison and Dr. Diksha Gupta to kindly do the honors. Thank you so much, Professor Sharma. Thank you, Latrice, and thank you, Diksha. And now I would like to invite Dr. Diksha Gupta to talk about key ACS initiatives that are shaping the future of science education and careers. So over to you, Diksha.
Thank you, everyone, for being such a patient and attentive audience. Now we are moving into another section of this program where I want to highlight two important ACS initiatives which aligns with the theme of today's conversation. Can I get some slides on that? So ACS in India had been working diligently with scientific community. We had done extensive social listening, a deeper conversation with students, professors, industry, academia, startups, VCs, and a broader stakeholder in scientific ecosystem. And we learned we have a responsibility to provide some solutions that drive ACS vision, mission, and how do we grow a stronger scientific enterprise in the world. So with that, we had this special initiative that I call Virtual Internship Capsule. It is a program that enhances job readiness for students. It provides domain-specific knowledge in an industry area that will enhance your home knowledge or domain knowledge in a particular specific sector. Also, it will equip you with a suite of soft skills. Can I have some slides, please? Let me go without slides. So Virtual Internship Capsule is a modular learning program. You access yourself onto a platform. There you get hand-curated credible content. Because you know, in the world of AI, you can ask, I need to learn onto this particular topic. You get a lot of information. But you need to make sure the information you are getting is trusted, credible, and you are getting best of the resources. Then comes the question of mentorship and the expert guidance. Virtual Internship Capsule not only offer you the content of high quality, but also access to global experts who are leading researchers and professors and leading industry experts in their area. So we are initiating this program in India particularly, and at MET in this particular gathering, I'm happy to announce the beginning of this program here. Virtual Internship Capsule comes with different industry knowledge. Currently, we have modules in carbon capture, storage, and utilization. We have courses on chemistry on computers, and we also have courses related to food, air, water, and semiconductor. This course also provides you resources on how to write a better paper, how to have effective communication, how do you take care of safety while you are at workplace. And it also talks about collaboration, connection, networking, mental well-being, and how to read effective papers. Can we move on to the slides, please? So as I told you briefly, quick snapshot here, we are focusing right now on undergrad and postgraduate graduate students. This course comprises a lot of ACS resources, published papers, ACS webinar, seminar, reaction videos, and several rich resources from ACS. We had extensive discussion with industry experts. We heard them, we listened them, and then imbibing their insights into this program became really the key attracting feature here. So what did it mean for you? Getting internship is not easy. We want to provide high quality internships at scale. So anyone, anywhere in the world can get access to best in class content and expert, and you can do it at your own pace and can have higher chances to get a good job. So I told you already, it is a self-paced course. There are technical content, there are modules, there are questions, there is capstone project, and there are assignments. So it will provide you hands-on exposure to real-world challenges and problems. Some of the areas I highlighted here, we are going out with 6 major themes, which is energy, semiconductor, biomedical sciences, food, air, water, and also they are highly vetted with industry and translational space. There are multiple career benefits. Of course, you get a certificate, you get it in your resume, you get mentorship, not only about the technical domain, but how you can prepare yourself for job interviews, how you get connected with industry experts, and other opportunities that you can leverage after getting exposed to these areas. So with that, I encourage students to scan the QR code, take benefit. We'll be here throughout the day. So if there are more questions, we'll take it further. And with that, now I move and I request our delegates here and the distinguished guests to unveil the brochure of virtual internship capsule. As I mentioned earlier, we have another initiative. And what could be the right example? Since morning, we are hearing how to have knowledge converting into socio and economic benefit. So Lakshmi and Saraswati should coexist. And that's where ACS, who had a vision, a world built on science. So how do we use science to solve world problems or make humans' life better? That's where comes ACS Ignite. We convene researchers, industry experts, startups, VCs, anyone who is interested, leveraging breakthrough science and engineering to make value-added products or create wealth that benefits the community. So ACS Ignite is a global initiative. There we bring different stakeholders at one platform, bring them together, brainstorm, expose to ideas, and build those stronger connections. We had been successfully convening this initiative last year in India, very recently in Abu Dhabi, IIT Delhi, Abu Dhabi, where we built connections in Middle East. And in March, we are convening this program in Atlanta, where stakeholders from North America and other places will convene. And very soon, we'll be taking this program to South Africa. So this is truly global initiative to bring these global communities together on a platform to help science and engineering provide value-added solution for the community. So with that, I also move into the brochure opening session for ACS Ignite. Give us a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Ms. Aparna Sharma, Program Manager, Global Strategy for Society Programs at ACS International India, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the American Chemical Society, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone here, and special thanks to Amity University for their generous collaboration, warm hospitality, and unwavering commitment to empowering future-ready talent. I now invite Dr. Deeksha Gupta to present a token of thanks to Professor Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University. Professor Tandon, please. Thank you so much for all your help and support in this beautiful event. Thank you so much, Professor Ratan, and thank you so much to the complete Amity University team. And to conclude this inauguration session, I now invite Professor Sunita Ratan to share her reflections and closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, dignitaries on the dais, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Ms. Litris, Dr. Geeta Vani Raisam, Dr. Diksha Gupta, Professor Chandradeep Tandon, all distinguished persons from Amity and representatives from American Chemical Society, our esteemed speakers and their students. As we come close to this enriching inaugural session of skilling pathways for a future-ready workforce, I feel both proud and deeply encouraged by the energy and the insights which have already emerged this morning. Today's thoughtful design program has set a powerful tone from the inspiring keynote perspective to the strategic insights shared by our eminent speakers. The message is very clear. The future belongs to those who are skilled, adaptive, and innovation-driven. Technological self-reliance. What stands out strongly from today's deliberation is that there is an urgent need to address 4 key areas. First, bridge the gap between academic learning and real-world application. Equip our students with transdisciplinary and future-ready skills. Foster a culture of innovation, entrepreneurship, and lifelong learning. Build stronger academia-industry policy linkages. Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, in his address, has already said that it is a very, very good time for the students. The sessions ahead, including the panel discussions on skill and career pathways and the focused workshops for students on professional profiling and emerging innovation careers, are exactly designed with the same spirit. They'll certainly provide our students and faculty with practical tools to navigate the emerging global landscape. Learning is continuous process, as rightly expressed by Dr. Geeta Vani Raisam. Future has a special challenge as it is changing exponentially. We have to be prepared for it. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the revered guest, has very emphatically put his point in his address. Learning to learn is the need of the hour. At Amity University, we are particularly happy that this platform brings together the policy leaders, academic experts, and international professional bodies under one roof. Such convergence is exactly what is required to build a truly future-ready workforce. On behalf of the host institution, Amity University, I express a sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the American Chemical Society for giving us the opportunity to host this important workshop. We all know that ACS has been a global leader in advancing chemical sciences, professional development, and research dissemination. Your continued engagement with Indian academia and with our university in particular is deeply valued. We are particularly grateful that ACS is extending 1-year membership to all the registered participants, along with 1-year free access to virtual internship capsule. Thank you so much. These opportunities will be highly significant in strengthening students' professional profiles and enhancing their global exposure, and equip them with future-ready competencies beyond the classroom. Dr. Diksha has already elaborated regarding the VIC and the themes it is covering. I strongly encourage all the students to make the fullest possible use of these valuable sources. ACS Ignite is the another significant initiative which I would request all of you to explore. I would like to place on record a profound gratitude to Professor Ashutosh Sharma, whose vision and initiative were instrumental in bringing this prestigious program to Amity. His continued commitment to strengthening the scientific and skilling ecosystem in the country is truly inspiring, and we deeply value his support and guidance. I would like to respectfully acknowledge and place on record the tremendous support extended to us by our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. His constant encouragement and the very keen personal interest to ensure that our esteemed guests were well taken care of reflect his deep commitment to academic excellence and institutional hospitality. I'm deeply grateful to our respected Vice Chancellor, ma'am, for her trust and confidence in our team. Her belief in our ability to successfully host this important program and her continued encouragement have been a great source for motivation for all of us. My deep appreciation to Dr. Diksha Gupta, Ms. Latrice Garrison, and the entire ACS internal Indian team, Dr. Aparna, all of them who have been working with us in the past few weeks for their excellent coordination and vision in conceptualizing this program. My sincere thanks to all the speakers. As we move into the technical sessions and workshops, I encourage all the participants to engage actively, ask questions, and build new professional connections. May today's interaction translate into long-term collaborations and impactful career pathways. Ms. Latrice has given a very powerful statement that you are the CEO of your life. With these reflections, I once again thank the American Chemical Society for this valued partnership and wish the workshop highly productive and outcome-oriented deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our guests. May I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am and Professor Chandradeep Tandon sir to present the memento to Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Institute Chair Professor, IIT Kanpur. May I now request dignitaries to present the memento to Ms. Latrice Garrison, Chief Operating Officer, American Chemical Society. And now to Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research. May I now request dignitaries to present the memento to Dr. Diksha Gupta, Director, Global Strategy for Society Programs, ACS International India.
Now, I also want to say thank you to Professor Ratan, who had been working very diligently and, impeccably about the planning of this program. So small token of appreciation, this is special because this is created by none other than Professor Ashutosh Sharma. So this is his design.
So before we wrap up, we do want to extend the offer for VIC. So our virtual internship capsule will be available to all students at the university for a year. So we would like for all students at M&T University to please access and take advantage of the resource.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request dignitaries and guests to proceed for a good group photo on F2 stairs. I also request registered participants and faculty to proceed for high tea in F2 foyer. The guests will have high tea in F2 lounge. Please note we will start our panel discussion shortly, so please join us here at 12. Please note, we will start our panel discussion shortly, so please join us here at 12. All the faculty in charges should take care of the students.
All are settled. One more minute. All right, so I hope you had a refreshing tea break and are ready for one of the most anticipated segment of today's event, our panel discussion on skills and career pathways. I request all the students to settle in. All right. So as we navigate the evolving landscape of science, technology, and innovation, it's clear the future of work demands more than just academic excellence. And it calls for adaptability, interdisciplinary thinking, and a deep understanding of how scientific skills translate into diverse career trajectories, from research and policy to entrepreneurship and industry. And to help us unpack these themes, we are joined by an exceptional panel of experts who bring a wealth of experience from academia, industry, and professional development. It is now my pleasure to hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Rajesh Parishwat from ACS International India. Rajesh brings deep insights into scientific publishing, global research trends, and workforce development, and will be guiding today's conversation. Please join me in welcoming Rajesh. And now I would like to invite our distinguished panelist, Professor Veda Krishnan, Senior Scientist, ICAR-IARI. Professor Krishnan, please join us on the stage. I would like to invite Professor Veena Chaudhary, Professor, Department of Material Science and Engineering, IIT Delhi. Dr. Ajay Jha, Assistant Director, Global Editorial Strategy, ACS International India. Ms. Bindu Kapoor, Learning and Development Consultant, and also an ACS Career Consultant. Request you to join on the stage, Bindu. All right, so we look forward to an engaging and insightful discussions and request all the students to be open and engage more as all our panelists are here. And over to you, Rajesh.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Aparna, for the introduction, and I welcome you all to this panel discussion. I think it's okay. We need to hear it very closely to the mic. Welcome to the panel discussion again on the skilling pathways for future workforce. I think this is very important. I think since morning, 1.5 years, 1.5 hours, you have been able to you heard a lot of experts talking about importance of how we need to be future ready. They have mentioned a lot of competencies, what you require. I think Professor Atushar Sharma gave around 20 such tips in terms of how you need to be future ready as well. Okay, sorry, I think it's. So what I would like to do in over the next 45 minutes or so, I think we have an excellent panel here from the academia, from the industry, from the career consulting, and also a young researcher as well. So where we can get their insights in terms of how these people can be, especially graduates and postgraduates like you, can be future ready as well. At the outset, I would like to ask Professor Veena Chaudhary as well, who has more than 30 years of academia experience, research experience, and who has seen the evolution of education. Again, what we have seen from the chalkboard to right now to the AI. Maybe I'll ask her to share her thoughts in terms of how the students need to be future.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Myself is Professor Veena Chaudhary from IIT Delhi, and at present a retired chair professor, Reliance chair professor, and I have more than 40 years of teaching experience. So I produced 51 PhD, 84 MTechs, and Dr. Disha Gupta is one of my students, PhD student. So here now I would like to share my evolution of education. So education is been say for the last 30 years, there is a significant change from chalk and talk model to a digital model, and now AI enhanced education system we can call. So by 1990, it was, the classrooms were defined as a physical boundary, and the knowledge was housed in textbooks, big textbooks and heavy textbooks and all, and the bag would be very heavy. And even if for the research and all, if we have to go, I remember that in 1992, I had gone to US as a Rajiv Gandhi Vegan Fellow and spent more than 16 months. But when I reached USA, the first thing I got on my table, it was a computer. I had never seen it. So it was, we used to give our manuscripts for typing and all to the clerk, stenographer, and they used to type and we used to correct and again get a type correction, again get a type. But there they just asked me, you have to do everything of your own. I didn't know how to handle a computer. Then what I did, but they were very helpful. So they just said, this is the commands, you can go ahead and do the practice and you will learn. And I learned in 1992. When there was no internet, no computers, even in IITs also. And if at all it was there, it was a single machine. And you have to book a slot, maybe in 1 month, you will get a slot of one hour. And secondly, CA search, that is economical abstract search, which was very, very essential to start any project or any PhD research. We used to know what has been done for the last 10 years. And to get that scientific inputs, we had to spend more than months and months together sitting in a non-air conditioned lab and writing it on a small, used to be a CA paper, postcard. So there you have to write everything with the hand. But now you just see by 2000, it has changed drastically, and we can call it is a era of a digitization. So digital learning also came into picture. And in 2000, we just started scanning the textbooks, as well as we just learned first management system. We changed the blackboards to whiteboards, and we had gone to a digital world. And during that time, we have used transparencies, for presentation and all. We didn't know what is PPT also. In 2010, the things changed. There you can say we enter into a new world. So the things changed totally, and now we are in the world of a digitization, or we can call it the digital learning. If you don't know digital learning, means you cannot do anything in your life. So it has become a must. So digital learning has changed from a passive learning to an active learning, passive learning to a group learning, to carry out the projects even in a group. And virtual classrooms has changed the things thoroughly. Even sitting in this room, I can just go through the lecture notes and all. And even you can earn a certificate or a degree while sitting in India and attending the lectures online or e-learning, which is in USA or in another country. So all boundaries has been broken. You have an access to the recorded lectures 24/7, anywhere, anytime. So geographical boundaries are also gone. So you can say, now, as Professor Vivek Singh said, that you are in the golden era. The students are in the golden era. So they have lot of resources, lot of things they can do. But at the same time, with these changing things, there is also a great change, that is how the job skills are required. Previously, we had a stream like this, state. Now the state line, if you go, or a linear path you follow, you cannot achieve your goals. So you have to choose a career path, but you have to have a multi-skill. So nowadays, you see in most of the traditional Department of Chemistry, Department of Physics, Mathematics, English and all, they are just going out, and there is a school of applied sciences, school of biological sciences, school of this and all, school of engineering sciences, or you can say interdisciplinary programs are much more acceptable by the industry as well as by the student to have the multi-skills. And multi-skills are must to means for a success in the life. So there you can say, at the same time, with so many electronic gadgets and the digital world, and with now we can say AI-based, enhanced or improved learning system, the students are having lot of stress. Okay, morning, evening, they are under lot of stress. So now the faculty, role of faculty has changed. Previously, they were just only giving an information or giving a knowledge. Now they have to do, as part from the knowledge, they have to mentor, they have to coach, they have to say that the students, you are not only, you have to read textbooks, you have to learn from your atmosphere, from your this thing, because no single skill can solve the existing problems of a climate change, then you can say a health and all. And everywhere
you can have a better presentation if your bridge or of your soft skills are better, presentation skills are better, you can represent yourself, your ideas in a better way. Okay, then thank you. I hope I have taken more time.
No, thanks, Professor Chowdhury. I think you gave a very fascinating view. I think most of the kids who are here, I think are from the next. I think they have not, they are post-internet era kids as well. But I think one of the things is you kind of brought in the evolution of education, how it's happening. And also, as you correctly pointed and as well as Vivek Singh pointed out, I think it's the best time to be with us as well in terms of information to access, information to resources, also the kind of opportunities you have. I think one of the things is also, along with that also comes in a lot of challenges for the younger students as well. I think there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of things, but again, how do you deal with it as well? I think we will explore that as well. I think I would like to bring in Veda here as well to share her thoughts in terms of now you are in academia in terms of what are the challenges or how do you see how we need to prepare the next generation workforce from. And again, Veda comes from a very interesting background. She is focusing on agriculture research, which is not really everybody's most cup of tea or most aspired kind of a thing. But again, it would be nice to hear from.
Thanks, Rakesh. And thank you, Veena ma'am, for setting a tone for today's discussion, because it was really nostalgic to me, because I am someone who is like bridging, I think, both the, pre-digital and the post-digital part of the career. So I hope, I think the most common thing that it is common among all of you, like everybody want a job. And you know that job is a sprint and the career or being a professional is a marathon. And as ma'am mentioned, it is a lifelong journey. But I think you are in the ChatGPT era and you all might have tried at least once that what are the career opportunities for 2050? If you have not done, guys, please do it, because I think that is the need of the hour, because you have to be prepared for the next 20 years, right? And the knowledge that you are gaining at this point of time, whether it is worth to pursue or getting a job or a career in future. So that is the point of discussion. So when we say industrial revolution over the time, now it's time of industrial revolution 4.0. So career is also revolutionizing accordingly. If, as mentioned, agriculture, I'm not a traditional agriculture student, but agriculture is a domain. It's such an interdisciplinary domain. Anyone who has a background in biology, chemistry, engineering, economics, even in management, actually can bridge with agriculture. And according to the scope and length and breadth, because agriculture is the main livelihood sector in our country. So I am part of Indian Agriculture Research Institute, which caters the agriculture education, research, and extension in this country. So when we discuss about career here, we are part of the generation where we end into one career and we superannuate in that particular career. But you are in the age of career hoppers. So you are evolving in a very fast manner, gaining skills on a day-by-day basis, and then you are moving one after the other, right? I think nothing wrong in it. And I also say this is not only for you, even for people of my generation and my senior generation, because we say that you can navigate in your career in point of time. It is not like once you got into something, but you evolve a passion for something, you gain expertise into something. So you can navigate in your career at any point of time. So as especially mentioned, yes, agriculture is also evolving. You know that now it is no more the traditional farming. It is actually, we are modernizing agriculture, regenerative agriculture, precision agriculture. We are introducing sensors into it, robotics into it. So anybody should have certain hybrid skills. For example, with the domain knowledge of agriculture, agriculture is around 26 disciplines from agronomy to biochemistry. I am a biochemist. But along with that, the hybrid skills like data analytics, the robotics, the ML, the IoT, all this information, if you have an extra knowledge, I always tell to my students, you all are getting the degree from the same university, but why should somebody choose you, right? There should be some USPs in you. That could be like soft skills, that could be some hard skills, but whatever it is, you have to be a master of it. Otherwise, because it's highly competitive, notoriously competitive time. So you have to polish and fine tune your skills. There is a traditional way of identifying your interest and passion. Find it first and then polish it and nurture it over the time. I think that is very much required. Otherwise, you are as bad as a pizza base. All the toppings are your skills. So you have to keep working on it. It could be the
data analytics skills, digital skills, whatever the AI skills we need today, but you have to work on that. So that is one thing. The second is aspiration for agriculture. On all the platforms I go, because thank you ACS for giving this opportunity, because agriculture is at times ignored in STEM skill building workshops because people think agriculture is not part of STEM. I'm really glad I'm here today because agriculture is not aspiring because still we have the traditional mindset of farming, a poor farmer doing farming in a traditional way. So according to us, it is not what we say, the branding is not that great, or it is not fancy, it is not aspiring. Might be the remuneration we are expecting, the economics part of it is not good. But let me tell you, all the IITians, even a major part of the IITians, now they are actually getting back into agri sector, mainly because of the potential that it is having. So if you have a problem solving nature in you, despite any degree you have, I think agriculture is one particular domain where you can hustle. And I think that will definitely be, value adding to your career, whichever career. It could be even a marketing career you have. So it's very important, and we are trying. ICR has 113 institutes across the country. We have our representation even in villages. If there is anybody from any remote village here, you might be knowing a Krishi Vigyan Kendra there. So we are trying to have these skill building exercises in every nook and corner because our soul of India actually exists in this rural area. So we have to skill build them. So we are doing a lot of programs to connect with them. So with this, these are my initial thoughts, and I really feel like you will find some problem statement in agriculture with your expertise, and you will contribute to Indian agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Veda, for your initial thoughts as well. I think what struck me was Veda's conversation when she said your degree or any education is like a pizza base. I think people really put on toppings. And that toppings, again, what we can get a little more details from Bindu, who is our career consultant, and has worked for a lot of MNCs. I think she can throw a lot more light on those. What would be our visa topics for your career?
Rakesh, thank you, Professor. Yeah. Good to have you, Ajay, once again. So my background is about 25 years of experience in corporate, and now I am an advocate. Started off as a training assistant manager with GE Capital. Left Amazon as a training leader across the globe. Again, in soft skills and hard skills, process-oriented skills. Recently completed law, and now I'm interning, by the way, as an advocate with one of the associates in the Apta courts. Of course, we have cases across courts, but that is the newest change. And why I bring that up is, and both Veda and Professor Veena mentioned this, right, that you have to keep working at your profile as you go along, as you rise in your ages, your profile, personal profile. For example, we get married, we move to some location, right? So that location may not have the kind of opportunity we had before moving there. So one should keep upskilling oneself, whether it is a vertical diverse profile or a horizontally diverse profile. I think both of them to keep working on. One of the key topics that I was brought here into by Rajesh and team was also to talk about resume. Now that is the first, I'm sorry. That's the first. Sorry about that. So that's the first touch point. And I would like to throw a question open to the audience just now. How many of us have a whole lot of time with us? Are we short on time, or are we pressed on time? How many of you think that we have a lot of time? In this world of AI, like Professor Veena Chaudhary and Veda both mentioned, right? Are we short on time, or do we have enough time? Short on time, right? Have you ever put yourselves again in the shoes of the recruiter? How much time he or she would have to maybe skip through or
skim through your resume? How much time? Any guesses? Any guesses how much time does the first round of selection of the resume get?
You can speak up.
Just getting the audience.
it out.
to- Yeah,
So how many of you have recently applied for any internship or let's say any project, summer internship project? How many of you have done? Okay.
um, all right. Just those are some of the questions just to, you know, get your mind working towards what is coming next in this whole panel discussion. So, necessarily the expertise has been communication skills, personality development, all of that. And in this digital era, one will need to, you know, give as much time to the profiling, etc. Simply because the recruiters also do not have too much time, right? So you have to think about how to present yourselves, and the presentation of the resume is the first step. So with that, I think I'll hand over the mic to Rajesh for the
Yeah, I think,
panel to talk.
thanks, Bindu. Again, I would like to bring in my colleague Ajay here, to just give a perspective from an industry. I think he has done a lot of recruitment in the last year or two, a couple of people, and we can give you a perspective what we look in students when we are recruiting for our organization. And that will give you a sense of how to look at your CV as well, and how to really, these are the important characteristics when you're preparing your CV as well as looking for a job as well. Yeah, Ajay.
Thank you, Rajesh. Again, having that kind of experience that I have recently in the past 5 years, but that does not mean that I have the vast experience that the other panelists have. And I'm trying to navigate around the kind of key factors that they have highlighted here, that learning is a continuous process. And as Dr. Veda said, that getting a job and again, continuing with that kind of job that you undertake, it's a marathon. And if you have to do that marathon, you'll have to keep yourself upscale. And this is where sometimes we lose that kind of ground. But in this case, now AI has come to disrupt everything. You can't sit idle. And this is where the motto of this panel discussion was to ignite some kind of thought process, brainstorm certain ideas in your mind. And this is a little bit sad that we are not seeing and having more and more participation from your side. So we hope that as we move through the panel, we'll have more and more conversations from your side, because this is being organized for your benefit. For us, it's a kind of medium where we want to share with you the experiences and at the same time trying to navigate. We don't say that we are the learned people, we are the people who are very intelligent, but at the same time, we want to have that communication and conversation so that you could benefit out of it. Coming back to the fact that we saw in the morning in the first session around how this is a kind of like the golden era where we have lots of information, lots of open sources where we can learn as much as possible. But at the same time, you need the kind of optimum guidance, the people who are out there helping you out in different kind of opportunities. So if you don't have an anchor, you are going to be directionless. So this is where we can say that in the new age, the artificial intelligence, the different kind of LLM model are going to be your supporters, your friends. And one of the things that Professor Sharma highlighted that in the upcoming times, you will have your AI as your partner. And when you apply for any kind of jobs, both of you are going to be interviewed, both of you are going to be assessed. So coming back to one of the key things that this Bindu highlighted, that whenever somebody looks at our CV, it's not a kind of just what are the things that you have highlighted there. It's a kind of reflection around how you have tried to inculcate a kind of medium of communication that the recruiter is going to have in a flash. So this is what we used to correlate with a cover letter when we talk about scholarly publishing, that when you want to have a quick 10 seconds or 15 seconds of like chat with the editor-in-chief, the cover letter is going to be the medium. The same thing happens when I correlate with the CV. So I'll not say as a recruiter, but as a person who is involved in the process of assessing, when I see a CV, I tend to be very serious around what's into the CV. Because for the first instance, it's going to give you a ticket that, okay, you are going to be interviewed. But at the same time, the expertise or the fundamental knowledge or the concept that you are bringing, this is going to take you further. That's not going to leave you. And this is where, from my personal experience, I have seen that people come up with a very fancy CV. They have all those kind of certifications, degrees. And when it comes to sharing that, what does this specific certification help you in the employability factor, they tend to miss that part. And this is where we want to be very clear that if you have any certification, try to have that kind of correlation that why this is important. And this is where I totally agree with Dr. Veda, that look into the key areas or the opportunities where the employability is going to be in the next 10 years, 20 years, and how it will. So I'll close here and then we can move further. Yeah.
Thanks, Ajay. What I intend to do here is I want to ask one last question to all the panelists, and I'm going to throw this panel discussion open, and I would like to have more interaction with the community here, and you should be asking you can ask any question to any of the panelists. I hope you could answer. And backdrop, yeah, I think in the backdrop of the AI era, I would like to know each one of you can give one thing that the students should really focus on, or what that should be there for the CV, or what they should focus, one ability that should be focused for the people.
Yeah.
Ability in the field.
So I think, as Ajay mentioned, you have to be laser focused in what you want to. And might be it can navigate a bit, but you have an ultimate goal. And what is supplementing to that goal should be the skills that you are adding to you. So for example, data analytics is something even from the bank to the NASA, everybody need. I think something that is very much required across the sector. But I also want to inform that there are certain skills, we call them wings. Work industry neutral growth skills, wings. So these are the skills like attention management, time management, critical thinking, So these are very important and important for all sectors and across all sectors. So I think these kind of common things you can keep working on so that your domain knowledge will gain expertise and that give you direction to a particular direction. Yeah.
Depends upon what is your major. You should focus on your major, but at the same time, you should have elective or a minor area along with that, so that your skills are now, you become a skilled person. And even if you are a chemist, and if you have a software skill, you can understand design of experiments, ANOVA software and other software, which helps you to design the experiments which are very much needed in the industry. For example, if you want to examine 4 parameters, instead of doing 164 experiments, you can reduce it to 9 or 10 experiments by using this software. So the chemist is not only just an experimenter, but you have to have a software skill. So on the in short, I can say it is better to focus on your main area, one domain, but not, you must have the domain, or you can say minor area also. So elective you should do judiciously so that you can gain a knowledge in the related areas which are must to get a success in your main area. So if you that in this side area, the main area success will take a longer time. And industry wants immediate results. So if you want to have an immediate result, better to go for
that. Again, have you can be it with I think one I would like to bring Bindu as well. What is that one thing in the backdrop of AI era the students should be competent enough for how they should, what the skill set should be there to be successful?
So I think I will go a little more basic, Rajesh, to say that what you feed into AI will give you the output that you feed in. So it is quite like we do garbage in, garbage out. So in the backdrop of AI, even if we say that I have put in what I have and the AI gets or develops a resume for me or a cover letter for me and or a cover letter for me, then first of all, the prompts have to be targeted specific to the job description, right? However, I think AI will not be able to replace a human being or a tailor-made resume. So it may give you a format. It may give you a sort of, I think I'll be safe to say a rough sketch of what you've done. It can put it into a format that you are asking for, but one will have to tailor-make it to the job that you're applying for. So AI will probably save you time in putting a format together, a one-pager or a two-pager or two-pager. One-pager very, very desirable. But one will have to go and look into, and Ajay was talking to me about 15 minutes before the panel started, that the grammar and the punctuation mark, and sometimes some of you or some of other people may just also forget to check the email ID and it may go as a sample email ID. So one will really, really have to check each word of that resume that AI gives you. And this is just a resume example. Whatever you take out from the AI, it will have to run past your eyes, critical eyes, so that the output or the product that you send across to anybody, it could be a researcher, it could be a thesis, it could be, as I said, resume, but it will really have to go via your eyes before it gets to the recruitment agency or your project manager or your thesis manager or your professor or whoever.
Let you know, AI is accident. And you open, they ask anything and I will answer. Okay? If you say that I want to write a letter, they will write 5 minutes. But AI is helpful, but never be blind. So, you should, if you take the help of AI and write the letter as such, it will also be submitted. And the recruiters or the HR comes to know that it is cut and paste. So, whenever you use this AI or a digital learning and all, or a Google platform and all, you have to be judicious. Be carefully. Don't simply, oh, whatever AI says, that is right. So, sometimes you are asking something else, but similar word exists with other things also. AI can test it out. So, use these sources.
I'd like to add what Professor Chaudhary and Abhi said. I think AI is just an enabler. I think what we have a lot of it is that but I'll have a final word from Ajay before I throw it to the audience.
Thank you, Rajesh. Again, coming to the part of the responsible use of AI, it's not going anywhere. We'll have to adopt it in whichever system we want to. So that's the message that I would like to bring in here. That we have to be more critical in the thoughts that we make, because this is the time when we can have new problems. There is a lot of information out there, and this is the time where we can have solutions which we want to produce for those kind of problems. And the kind of innovation approach that is coming into picture with the help of AI, that's going to be helpful for us. And this is where I want people to be more open around different kind of non-alternative career options. Because gone are those days where we had those kind of trivial sort of jobs, which used to give us all those kind of things that we wanted in our life. And this is where we'll have to find what we want to do. And this is where the different kind of models, the language models, or let's say the different kind of technological models that we have invented right now, they are going to lead and partner with us. So with this, I would like to end.
Thanks, Vijay. I think before I throw one thing I would like to say is over the next 5 years, around 40 to 50% of the jobs will become new jobs will be created. I think what we need to be really focused in terms of how do we equip ourselves, how do we build our careers, or how we build our competencies for the next generation of jobs, which honestly a lot of people don't know. I think I think I can take a little bit again as far as I can say, a lot of families or experts in the field are not aware the kind of things that 50% of the job. Right now, more than 50% of jobs which are existing in the country didn't exist 10 years ago. So we need to, the change is happening very, very rapidly. Earlier it was 10-year cycle, we are reducing it to 5-year cycle. I think students have to be a lot more aware about these kind of changes. It's also the responsibility of the university, society like ours, to really make you ready for these kind of changes. And that's the reason why this kind of a workshop we are doing, trying to create awareness, as well as the programs we are doing, like virtual internship capsule is a kind of program. What we are trying to do is build you not only the technical skills, which is very much important for background from STEM, but also important in terms of how to really navigate the newer job opportunities in terms of professional skills, which is kind of missing in especially in the STEM education in India and across most of the universities. So I think it's a great future ahead as well. I think we need to really take it with the right kind of appropriate steps. And there is an amazing amount of resources, amazing amount of knowledge available to the younger generation right now, which they should really use and capitalize on it. These are some of the thoughts. I think maybe what I would do is I would just go open this panel discussion for questions. You can share your thoughts. Again, it doesn't have to be a question, but again, you can share your thoughts, your ideas, your observations, or even your fears. We would be happy to hear it. And hopefully we can answer some of the things on them. Thank you. Anybody would like to take the mic first? Please. Use yourself and just
Hello. So my name is Yash. I want to ask you that. So my master's is in nanotechnology, and my undergrad was in data science. And I wish to do the job or like pursue my PhD also in interdisciplinary, where I can join both of the fields together. But it's really hard for me to find such openings. Can you throw some light on that?
Because or those are children.
Biochemistry, bioscience, biotechnology. No,
I said nanoscience.
nanoscience. And it's a master. 5 years? No, it's 2 years. And afterwards, are you interested to go for a PhD or something?
I used to do this work with
Basically, he's done his undergrad in data science and a master's in nanoscience. And kind of what kind of career opportunities does he have?
See, nowadays, nanoscience is emerging area, nanoscience and nanotechnology. And if you want to go for a PhD, you can either apply, you can do it in India or you can do abroad. So biotechnology, you can go even in the Sweden also, there is a very good labs, where very good facilities available. The German labs you can go, there you know, you need not to go, there is no language barrier nowadays. Everywhere English language works very well. Or you can see US is at present is little bit close. Let us say that Europe side you can go ahead and if at all you want to go for a PhD. Otherwise, you know, you can go to a these pharmaceutical companies for a job. You will get a job. They would love to have a person with a nanoscience and nanotechnology background and along with the data science.
So you have a very, I say, interesting combination around data science as well as nanotechnology. And this is a good interface where I would recommend you to go for PhD if you want to go for higher study. And there are a couple of good institutes in the country, like Center for Nanoscience and Soft Patterns, which is in Bangalore. And then if you want to try for some career opportunities, then semi-computing, nanocomputing, and quantum computing are areas in which you can try. You can go for certain, I'll say, the portion which are certification based that will help you in upskilling and then look for job opportunities, which are in how I look at it.
Thank you. Anyone else? At the last.
Hello. So my name is Shobin. I'm doing my master's in pharmacy, industrial pharmacy. So I have a question that you just told me that uh, new sectors are emerging I think getting much better. So in terms of research as well as for industrial pharmacy and industries, so how it going to affect and what are the basic skills required in AI to prosper in those fields? Specifically research because I have plans for this kind of stuff. So, can you tell me something?
In industrial pharmacy, and if I correctly understand the question, you're asking me over the next 5 years how the industry is going to your research sector is going to evolve.
How industries are adapting AI? Okay, that's my question. And what are the basic things that I need to prosper in those kind of fields?
So one of the things I would say I would answer the second question first, in terms of how you need to lead. I think one of the things in AI, what we are trying to say is, I think you need to build a competency to upskill yourself and learn a lot of things. Like Geeta Amani mentioned, I think she's the director of an institute, but she's always continuously learning. I think what we are saying in the new era, I think you need to be constantly reskilling yourself, relearning about things. Because the sectors, what you're doing, it can change significantly over a period of time. Some of the sectors which were there around 10 years ago, or the research areas also 10 years ago, are no longer working like that. So that's where I'm saying it's all about. Even if you're doing a PhD, I think maybe I'm not a PhD, but I can afford. PhD is a program to how to solve your problem in a structured manner. So if you're doing a PhD in a particular area, it doesn't mean that you need to do work in that as well as, but I think it can really diversify. A lot of people have diversified. They don't really thought of that. So what I'm saying is, I think the skill what you need to do, I think maybe Hindu or they can also suggest certain areas in terms of. Basically, you need to learn how to keep yourself abreast about the latest developments and also how to reskill yourself, upskill yourself all the time. And that's the only competency tell everybody. Yeah. Ajay?
Yeah, so
if I'm correct, you are a master's in industry. Hello. I'm doing masters in pharmacy, specialized in industrial pharmacy. Okay, like pharmaceutical and stuff, but I am doing industrial pharmacy. That's my question. Yeah. And your question is how AI is being adopted in different kind of industry, specifically from the pharmaceutical background. Am I correct? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. And in the R&D sectors and other sectors, R&D sectors, research and development R&D sector.
There are so many pharmaceutical companies in India. So you can, with your skills and all, you have to apply. And you know, but you said that how AI is going to change. You can think that without AI, the things are going to be obsolete. So you have to learn about AI. But judiciously, you have to learn how to apply AI for your particular problem. It is not like this blindly follow AI. So AI is not going to replace the human totally. So experiments are not going to be done by AI. AI can suggest, but experiments has to be carried out by the human beings. And then now we are also going that with robotics. So no need of human. AI will suggest, robots will perform. The things will change, and it's the world is changing. You have to cope up. So if you want to cope up, you have to learn the new skills. So again, as he said also, and Dr. Geeta Vani also said, then learning is a continuous process. Never think that you know everything in this world. Nobody is perfect, and learning is a continuous process. Who wants to learn can learn. Who thinks that I know everything will never learn. Thank you.
So I would like to add what Professor Vida highlighted, that how the adoption is going to be in industry from the AI perspective. So again, when we talk about the screening, so for I can say 20 years back, when high throughput screening came to the picture, people thought that everything is going to be automated, and the scientists and chemists are not required into the industry, pharmaceutical industry. But that didn't happen. Why? Because again, the high throughput screening is going to give you a kind of library screen, but the problem that you want to solve, you will have to propose it. So that's one aspect. The other part is like when we talk about any kind of simulation, or let's say retrosynthetic analysis, these are going to be fast. And these are going to help you out with all the libraries that you would like to have all those kind of experiments. So let's say earlier, if you had to do 50 experiments to analyze if any substance was working, now with the help of AI and simulation, you'll be able to understand, oh, these are the 5 ways in which I'm going to do this experiment or perform this experiment. So this is how the time gap is going to be reduced, and the adoption in different kind of strategy that we see in the form of high throughput screening, simulation, or let's say even I give you the example of DeepMind, Google. George Orwell got the Nobel Prize for that specific thing that he did. That was only possible because that was a work for 100 years. We would have been dependent upon the kind of structure elucidation or the kind of what I can say structure mapping. It would take 100 years to come to that conclusion. But that happened in let's say last 10 years. But the data that was there, that were accumulated by the scientists, by the experiment. So we can't avoid that human component when it comes to proposing the problem, when it comes to solving the problem. But again, the assistance is going to come in different ways and faster and efficient. So this is what, hope this helps you. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to add to both Yash and both to you specifically, Yash. I think first of all, since your undergrad and grad is different, right? You need to be laser focused on what you really want to do, and then look for opportunities there. I think that was one of your questions. How do I look for opportunities? And if it is about data science, I think there are a lot of data companies, and more than ever, now every industry is looking at data. I mean, to go any which way, to go forward, to move backward, to suggest new um, game changers or whatever, everything will be database. So, but you need to first of all biotechnology or your data science, and then look for opportunities or search from various engines that are there, LinkedIn, etc. Right? Um, to your specific question, I think pharmacy is one of the industries that one should be least worried about whether there will be jobs or not, because there is a lot of stuff happening on that side, and I mean it has its pros and cons about pharma or healthcare or whatever, but that's a booming industry, whether it is India or whether it is abroad. But again, under that, one will really have to figure out what is that one thing under the industry, pharma or whatever you want to change. And then when you sort of figure that out, then run after that one and do the specialized skills, etc., and certifications around that. And I think these days with AI and all of that, one will really have to be agile about what is happening in the market and what do I need to do. And for that, what do I need to keep plugging in terms of skills to get? One will really have to be smart about this one. So this was to both. Yes, and
I would like to take one last question before we wrap up. I think you guys have already covered.
Hello everyone, my name is Shikha and I'm a PhD student in chemistry and I worked on advanced materials. And my question is there are only two options according to me, academic and industry. But my question is especially to the Jha sir, that please give our information on other platforms which a doctoral student can apply apart from all to these platforms.
This is where I highlighted the fact that we have to also be open. I'm not forcing anything. So we have to be open around your alternative careers. I come from ACS. So scholarly publishing is one of the things which has come into picture in the recent, I'd say, 7-8 years in India. And I'm not saying only on behalf of ACS, but all the major publishers now have editorial roles in the country. And on an estimated numbers, I can say that every year at least 25 to 30 positions are out. So I'll recommend you to be very active on LinkedIn and look for all the publishers. I'll not say only for ACS. And if you're interested to work or trying any kind of career opportunity, then send me your CV and I'll look into it. The other part is you can also look for opportunities in industry which are related mostly. Again, you are from advanced materials, so nowadays a lot of consultancy opportunities are coming. Again, Krishna, my colleague, is here. He has been helping me with a lot many opportunities which generally comes into energy sectors, the nano sectors, or even sustainable chemistry sectors. So we can help you on that too. The other part is the patent has always been a kind of innovation, and patent has always been a flourishing sector. You can try all those kind of components. Data in this current times is something which we can't avoid. And again, when you are from material side, this is also going to be a very insightful way to look at it. Let's say if you want to go into data intelligence or some kind of like simulation activity, there are not many things, but the only thing is that we'll have to look for those kind of players. And for that, I think we'll have to be open and have more conversations. This is what I can share.
Just to add to Ajay's as well, I think there are a lot more opportunities coming from the policy sector. So especially for guys, there are a lot of lot of incubation centers, I know a lot of funds are focusing on these types of innovation or tech. where they require people with the knowledge of how to assess an IP or how to assess a technology or science before that investment. These are new emerging sectors which were upcoming, which will be much more prevalent over the next couple of years. They are small, nascent in stage right now, but I think that will anyway, I think I'd like to close here. I think we've really crossed our time limit here as well. But
One more
before,
point, I think one of the things that I've recently heard a lot of people say is that legal will be really key now that AI is stepping in a big way. So one of the aspects or stuff to look at is also going to be legal aspect of each industry or each field that you are specializing in. With AI, that is going to come up in a big way.
thank you. I think I would like to thank the panelists here for sharing their insights and their knowledge with you all over the last 1 year. And let's just give a big round of applause to all the panelists for taking some time off. Thank you.
So thank you to all the panelists, and of course, thank you to you, Rajesh, and thank you, students, for this engaging conversation. And I would like to request Rajesh to felicitate and give a token of thanks to all our panelists. Professor Veena, can you please join? And we would like to give a token of thanks to you. Ms. Bindu Kapoor, if you can join us. Yeah, please. Dr. Ajay Jha. Too shy to take. Thank you so much, Ajay. And over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So before proceeding further, I would like to mention that today's workshop is live on YouTube on Amity Uni channel. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present memento to our guests. May I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present the memento to Professor Veena Chaudhary, Department of Material Science and Engineering, IIT Delhi. Now to Ms. Bindu Kapoor, Learning and Development Consultant. Now, Mr. Ajay Jha, Assistant Director, ACS International India. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present memento to Mr. Rajesh Parashwar, Senior Associate Director, ACS International, India. Thank you, everyone. We will now have a lunch break, and students are requested to meet us here at 1:45 sharp. Students are requested to attend workshops to get their certificates, ACS certificates. And I would like to request the guests to proceed for lunch in F2 lunch. I must again reiterate that the students who will be joining the workshops will only get the certificates, and that attendance would be counted for the certificates, ACS certificates, as well as the for VIC, that is virtual internship capsule. Thank you.
And to add, the workshops are really, really interesting. And I would request all the students to join, because we have an interesting workshop on building an your competitive professional profile. So after lunch, please join us here and we will have an interactive session here. All right. So we are starting the workshop now.
Guys, please settle down in the front, fast. I understand it has been a long day, and trust me, I am just in as much hurry as you to wrap it up. So unless and until you don't settle down, I won't start. Until I don't start, I won't stop. And then we would both be unhappy.
At ACS International India, who will be engaging with you all in next 2 hours. He will be taking workshop on building. This workshop will be on building a competitive professional profile. And I urge all of you to have a lot of questions from Krishna. And over to you, Krishna.
So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thoda teez. You can also say it in Hindi or any other language you choose like. But I only understand Hindi and English. Okay. And let's try to make it quite interactive. Not a lot of monologue, more of a dialogue. And in this dialogue, one participant will only be me. Okay. So if you are having individual dialogues amongst yourself, please stop and let me be part of the conversation. Okay. And if I see somebody talking, I'll go to that person and ask them to share what was so interesting. Okay. So it's up to you if you want to run it as an interactive session or you want to run it as a classroom. Let's run it as a session, right? Perfect. What is the thing that is on the top of your head? And please don't say it is here. Or that you don't want to sit in this room. You want to go outside, party, something like that. No. What exactly you want to do? Why are you here? Anybody? And don't say that your teachers forced you to be here. Why are you here? Broadly, why are you at Amity? Why are you studying? Why are you trying to do this course? Why are you trying to build up your skills? Why? Anybody? To be financially independent. Now that's a beautiful answer. She's clear. Financial independence. That's nice. Any more things? To become a teacher. Noble, social endeavor, of course. Anything more? To be professionally sound, reputed, employable. That's also good. Broadly, why are you here? You are here because you want to build a career that gives you the social things that you want to do, that gives you a professional edge in your professional career, and that makes you financially independent, right? That is why you are here. To do that, what do you need? Skills, knowledge, guidance. Now, see, these are beautiful keywords. कहाँ से मिलेगा ये सब? Where do you get it? Of course, you get it from your institute. You get it from a lot of other resources that are available. But broadly, it's also available on the internet. You know, internet is one of the most powerful tools out there. You heard what Professor Chaudhary and what Professor Sharma was saying, right? In their time, entire institute would have one computer where you would have to book time to use that computer. You guys are quite young, but at my time when we used to go to the computer room in our classes, we would remove our shoes because apparently we would, make the computer room dirty. We would do that. And imagine yourself, you have more computing power in your hands than what was available with NASA to land Apollo 11 on the moon. You have more computing power with you. And how do you use it? Social media? How do you use it? There are multiple ways in which you can meaningfully leverage the right tools that are available to you. And of course, you can also use it for your own entertainment. I will not preach that you don't watch reels or you don't go on Instagram. I will preach it that the day I stop doing all of that, it's quite addictive. I started at 10, I decided that I'll watch for 50 minutes. The next thing I know, it's 4 o'clock. I don't know where the 6 hours went. It happens. I'm trying to stop it. You should also. There are a lot of meaningful ways in which you can spend your time on the internet and gain the skills, the guidance, and the competencies that will enable you to build your career, be more job ready. To be more job ready, what do you need? Anybody? What is the most used buzzword nowadays? Skills has been in use for 20 years now. आजकल latest तड़का क्या है? Yes, तड़का, right? You know what is tadka. It's not the main dish. It's something you put on the top. So you are doing everything, you slap on AI because it is making a lot of things easier, right? But the basics remain the same. The individual, the human, they remain the same. You cannot outsource your thinking. You cannot outsource your intellectual prowess. You cannot outsource your day-to-day decision making to an AI, right? So when you go to apply for a job, the very first thing that they ask of you is to apply. Okay, by a rough show of hands, how many of you have applied for a job or a position or an interview, internship? Anybody? You have applied for a job or an internship or a position, right? What is the first thing that they ask you? CV? Resume? Are they the same thing? Hey, you can be candid. 6 years ago, I also thought they were the same thing. CV and resume are the same thing. They're not. They're very different. And when to use what depends entirely on the context of the application you are trying to make. So, do you think that a CV and a resume can be used either way? I can use a CV where a resume is asked, or I can use a resume in place of a CV, all those things. No, it's not possible. And that is one of the first things that filters you out of a job application. So in the morning, Bindu asked a question. How much time does a recruiter spend on your CV? Have you ever given it a thought? The answer was 7 seconds in 2016. In 7 seconds, they decide if they want to consider reading your CV or they want to move on to the next. It's 2026. Attention spans have shrunk. So you may better guess which way that number is going. It's very important to make a catchy first impression. How do you make a catchy first impression? How? सबसे ऊपर अपनी फोटो डाल दो, right? In Spiti, standing on a 4x4, catchy, right? Or you put something, some very weird thing that actually brings out attention, but it's a professional thing you're doing. Maybe that's not the right context of using it. Okay? So you make your resume catchy or you make your CV catchy by using the right terminology, by putting information in the right order and in a way that people would understand it. So before we go ahead, let's try to understand what is a CV and what is a resume. Let's start with the resume because most of you are UG, right? Undergrads. Some of you are PG, some PhD, right? The most common thing that would be asked out of you is a resume. Nobody in a UG level is going to ask for details. A resume is a summary of all the things that you have done in a very short order. It's not very detailed. It is a summary of your experience, the skills you bring, and the knowledge you bring. That's it, nothing more. You don't have to add a random activity that you did in class 5th, where you arranged 5 pencils for 4 of your friends. That's not needed. It's something that is relevant to the job application you are making for. It should showcase to a potential employer why they should hire you. Have you thought that? Why should a potential employer hire you? And again, you cannot give them the answer that, I need a job. Of course, you need a job, but do they need to hire you because you need a job? No. They need to hire you because they need to fulfill a certain purpose. And that purpose can be anything. Job roles evolve, requirements evolve, a lot of other things. And how do you convey that you are the right fit for that position? Through your resume, because this is the first touch point that a potential recruiter is going to have with. The recruiter does not know you. The recruiter may or may not have heard of you, may or may not have heard of your institute, but they, through your resume, would get to know you better. And it is an opportunity for you to make an impression on them. That yes, see, what you are asking for, I'm a person who can deliver. And how do you do that? By writing the right terminology that is required in your resume. So a resume was a snapshot. What is a CV? Anybody? CV is your entire professional summary. Again, a lot of UG students would say that, why don't I need a CV? They're yet to start your professional career. There are very few things that you may have accomplished or you may have, acted on. And totally, this is anecdotal, but, there are people, who have done a lot of things in their UG, but again, they are exceptions, not the norm. A lot of the UG students, they are just at the start of their career, they have done very few things, like 1 or 2 internships, a few extra certifications. That's it. And that is what needs to go into your resume. You don't need to add 50 different things to stand out. Compare that to a PhD or like a professional who has been in the career for 5 to 10 years. They may have done a lot of things. They may have switched companies, they may have switched projects, they may have published different papers, all of those things. And even in my stage, like where I've done a PhD, I've worked in corporate for some time, I also have a resume and a CV. It depends on the context of the job that I'm applying for. So my CV is the entire story of my professional activities. Where did I do my PhD from, master's, BTech, all of those things, how many papers I published, what areas I worked in, what are the companies I've worked in, what are the projects I've handled, what is the team I've led, all those things. It's needed in a CV, but when I prepare a resume, I'm going to tailor it down, make it shorter. Again, not every position requires a CV. If you are going for an entry-level position or if you're going for an internship, you need a resume, not a CV. Even today, there are very senior faculty members, if they're applying for a certain award, they send a resume, they don't send a CV. CV is huge. Nobody is going to sit and read that 25 to 30 pages. People need it in brief. Tell us why we should give you this award. Tell us why we should hire you. All those things. The similarity is that both your resume and CV emphasize skills an accomplishment. Got it? Skills and accomplishment. Not everyday tasks that you do. Different things. You do tasks, but there's a skill behind doing those tasks. See, if you're drafting 15 to 20 emails a day, you may be very good in using ChatGPT, right? Or you may be very good in writing. So draft it in a such a way. You can't say that, I draft so and so many emails and do all those things. No, it can be drafted in a way that appeals to it. So that if you're good in reading or good in writing, you can apply that skill to n number of things that involve writing, right? You don't have to write emails for the rest of your life. If you draft it in that way. Otherwise, if you say that, I can only write emails, I write 15 emails a day and that is my task that I do, would people hire you for jobs that require writing beyond emails? They would. Ideally, what do you think a resume size should be? For a UG student, anybody, even for a very senior person, it should be 1 to 2 pages, that's it. It's a resume, a snapshot. It's not the entire exercise. So for a UG student, even for a master's student who may not have done a lot of different projects or may not have worked in different areas, it can be 1 to 2 pages maximum. Never more than 2 pages. That's one of the easiest ways to get disqualified. But again, sometimes you think, sir, that person has a 4-page resume. My resume is only 3 pages. Should I do the line spacing 4 times so that it spreads onto more pages? Or I'll write my name in 48 font size so that half the page is only my name. I know you have done it. I have also done it. That's not the right approach. It's always, you need to understand that doing that is going to only spoil your chances of being shortlisted. You need to provide the information that is required in the way it should be presented. So, when you draft your resume, there are 4 important columns that you need to pay attention. What are those columns? Your objective. And why is objective important? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? Why do you think an objective is important? And I'll tell you from the other perspective, from a recruiter perspective, that why do you think an objective is important? See, I am a little not so young person. Like you are young, I'm not that young. I have a little hearing problem. Can you please speak up? Stand up, hear your voice, shout if you want. Beautifully answered. Anybody else? Why do you think an objective is needed? I'll tell you from a different perspective, the recruiter perspective, that why an objective is needed. See, I may be hiring for 10 different positions. I may get like 100 resumes per day. I have 30 minutes of my time when I check all those emails and I download those resumes. And I decide that when I'm going back home, when I'm sitting in the cab, I look at those resumes in more detail. Right? I'm hiring for 10 positions. I don't know where each resume has come from and by what name they have been labeled. I open a random resume and I'm like, just see, why am I reading this resume? Do you think that I will always come prepared with this answer that why am I reading this resume? That context is so far buried in under information. There are 10 different positions that I posted. I may remember the details. I may not even remember those details. So when you have written an objective and also a very clearly drafted objective, by reading the first line, I know why I'm reading that resume and how that person can add value or solve a problem that I'm looking to solve. So it makes the job of a recruiter very, very easy. And again, from a recruiter perspective, people like other people who make their lives easier. Nobody likes the person who is going to make anybody's life difficult. Okay? So always draft a very clear, concise 1 to 2 line objectives at the very top of your resume. That's it. 1 to 2 lines. You don't need to write 5 to 10 lines, an entire paragraph to showcase what you did and everything. No, 1 to 2 lines, a very clear objective on why you are the right person to be hired for this position, what are the competencies you bring to that. That's it, nothing more. The second thing, education. In your resume, the second column is your education. And education should be always be provided in what education you have gained the most latest. Got it? Like I may have done a PhD 5 years ago. I did a master's like 8 years ago. I did an undergrad like 12 years ago. I'll write it in the same way. It's not that, I have written it today and then again I decide that 2 decades down the line, I need to do some other course and I will put whatever I've done today and all of those things. No, it does not make sense. People need to read what has been the most recent part of what has been the most recent skill development you have done, what is the most recent knowledge upgradation you have done. So always have it listed that way. I've seen some students make a mistake that they write it, sir, I did 10th, then I did 12th, then I did BTech, then I did this, and then I did that. No, it's not needed. It is self-evident that yes, you are in the undergrad program, you have cracked your 12th and 10th, right? That information may be redundant, but it's important to provide additional content. For a lot of people, like there was a gentleman in the morning who was talking about doing a specialization in, who was doing a master's in pharmacy and then a specialization in industrial pharmacy. You need to mention that. There would be people like me who may not even understand what is industrial pharmacy. So a couple of lines, just for people to understand, if you're doing a specialized course, mention a couple of lines so that, they understand why they are looking at your resume first. Because you would not be applying to people who are subject matter experts in your field. You may not be applying to people who understand your field in much detail. Always add a few lines. Next, experience. Experience is an opportunity for you to provide a summary of your accomplishments. What you have done till date. Like you may have organized a certain event in your club, or you may have been volunteer with a certain academic outreach event, all of those things. And those are really good opportunities for you to showcase that you have talents that go beyond the curriculum. You have some co-curricular and extracurricular activities. All those things are very, very important. And this is where you can hide your experiences. You can also mention any internship you did. You can also mention any projects you did. And if you're a student of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, I highly recommend that you start picking up some research projects in the second year, third year. Trust me, they are going to be game-changing for you. You have a wonderful laboratory facility. You have a wonderful exposure into the ecosystem. Leverage, make the most out of it. Finally, you need to provide your skills. And what are the skills? Sir, I can operate MS Excel. Today, that's not even a skill. It's a basic requirement. MS Office Suite is a basic requirement. See, the technology is upgraded so fast that a lot of the skills, a lot of the competencies that would stand out 10 years ago, they're not that catchy, or they're not that business savvy today. So you can write if you do a research project, you have operated any instrument, or you know how to perform a certain analytical exercise, you know how to draft a survey, or you know how to do a certain SWOT analysis. Mention all those things. That is what will go into skills exercise, right? So as a UG student, now you have a template ready how to prepare a good quality resume. Any confusion? Anybody, any confusion? See, there are two things that happen when people don't have any confusion. Either the teaching was very good or the students don't want to understand it. You understood everything, right? The teaching was that good. I'll take it as a compliment. Of course, when you're preparing a resume, there are certain mistakes that always happen. I have done those mistakes. I know you have also done some of those things. We'll discuss them and we'll try to avoid them. One of the primary mistakes students make when preparing a resume is the first one, having too many pages. Tell me honestly, how many of you thought that having more pages in your resume is good for your career application? Hey, it's honest. I thought it. Nothing to be ashamed. I also thought it that having more pages in your resume is always good. Like if I apply with 5-page resume, chances of being selected are higher. And that's one of the easiest mistakes that can ruin your chances of success. As I said, 1 to 2 pages maximum. If you have done a lot of things, know what to prioritize. How to prioritize, that's another reflection on you. You need to understand what to put and what not to put, what you need to remove, all those things. It's always a good learning exercise so that whenever you apply for a certain thing, you know what you need to put in. And if it's not relevant to the position you're applying for, it does not need to be there. For a UG student, it's totally normal to have a 1-pager resume. Totally normal. Please don't worry that, my resume is only 1 page, sir. How will I get selected? All those things. Not one. Another common mistake a lot of students make is that they have 2 pages and they don't provide that information on both those pages. And this is the concern. I'll tell you why. Imagine a recruiter handling so many positions, taking out like 50 different resume printouts. Together, they have like 130, 140 pages. Half the accomplishments have gone to somebody else's page. मेहनत आपने करी, फल कोई और ले गया. Right? It's always good that you have your name and your basic contact information on both the pages, so that tomorrow if there is a person who has to track multiple printouts and everything, they know where that information belongs. These are some very easy to avoid mistakes. Unfortunately, these are also some of the most commonly encountered mistakes. Again, for a lot of students, what they do is that they write everything that they have done, they know, and they want in the introductory section. As I said, in the objective, 1 to 2 lines maximum. Don't write everything. We don't want to read your entire story. We just need 1 to 2 lines that tell the potential recruiter why they are looking at your resume and how you are going to solve a particular problem. That's it, nothing more. Again, if you are very senior, if you are in a mid management or a senior management position, you can have an executive summary, but for a UG student, it's not easy. Sometimes we rely on a lot of generative AI to generate summaries, or we generate objectives for us. And in doing that, we make our introductions or our objectives very vague and very generic. Imagine that a company comes to your institute and there are 500 people applying for the same position. I know 200 of you would have copied the same objective that was there in the senior resume and put it across. And some other people use the generative AI to generate something that resonated with that company's job description. Imagine as a recruiter, what would that person be reading? some 300 very similar resumes. Now imagine that I have 300 very similar resumes that are almost identical, barring a few differences in percentages. And frankly, they don't care where you have come from. They just care on what are the skills that you bring. And we have 200 other resumes that are crafted well. They were written by an individual with a heart and soul and purpose in mind. The first rejection would happen for those. Which one? The 300 or the 200? Why? Too generic, too vague. That's it. See, sometimes the easiest way to see why you make it or break it is to go into the shoes of the person who would be reading that. Right? Always think from their perspective. Why they are reading it? Why would they find it useful? Do they find it different to 10 different resumes that are provided in your university, in your organization, all of those things? Just having that understanding is very, very helpful. Another mistake that a lot of UG students do, and PG also do, and PhD also do, and I also have done. We write something and we forget to do a spell check or an information check. What happens? You have spent a lot of time, and can the person watching the reels stop watching those reels? That's right, please. Phone will go back. If you have made a spelling mistake, what would happen? You spent a lot of time in drafting your resume. You spent even more time in coming up with your project summaries, in drafting a lot of different things, but you made a few silly spelling mistakes. What would the recruiter think? That you may not have the right amount of attention to detail. You may not be the right fit for their organization. And it is all decided on the basis of a few simple spelling and formatting. As simple as that. Always, whenever you have a resume ready, just send it to your friends, just send it to your colleagues, ask them to have a look and provide you the information, a fresh perspective that you may be missing. That's it. Finally, if you're applying for a professional position or if you're planning to go for an advanced study, it's also important that you include a few references. Just by a show of hands, I want to understand how many of you are planning to do a PhD. Why? Why? Anybody, motivation, what is your motivation to do a PhD? Research is too huge. Don't be vague. Specific. Speak out. It's a struggle that? Okay, the struggle makes it fun. We'll need to have a separate conversation about it. See, anybody else? Why do you want to do a PhD? Okay, makes sense. What exactly is a PhD? Nahin. Postdoc is different. What exactly would you do in a PhD? Yes. Filling a research gap. That's it. You identify a problem and you solve it. That's it. Nothing more. You identify a problem. That problem can be identified in 5 months or 5 years. You fulfill the research gap. You fill it in the next 6 months, 2 years, or the next 5 years. That's it. It's all about solving a problem. And that is a mindset that is common throughout now. Now, there was a time when, there were too many people who could do jobs that were relatively much more defined. But today, with the speed of changes, with the volatility, with, all things that have come up, there is a need for a problem solver in every day. Things are evolving very fast. Who could have thought 5 years ago that AI would be an integral part of our day-to-day life? And by a show of hands, how many of you use AI to submit your assignment? Okay, nothing to be ashamed of. But yes, ethical use of AI is important. And we will talk on that more, but again, use of technology has become very important. The world is changing. There is need for more problem solving. And there is also a need, to develop the right amount of competence. And that should be your motivation when you are going for any further studies or going for a PhD. That I need to develop myself. That's it. No other thing. I need to develop myself to become a better person, a better problem solver, a better contributor to society. That is good enough motivation. So when you have that motivation and you plan to apply for a job or a PhD position or a master's position that requires a research, you will be asked to provide some references. Anybody? What are references? क्या होते हैं references? People who can vouch for you. People who can say that yes, what this person is saying, they have done it. Who are the right references for you? Papa? Mummy? Bhaiya? Didi? No, they cannot be. Your guides, your mentors, or bosses, or advisors, or your ex-employer, the dean of your institute. For a lot of UP students, it is the TNP officer of their institute, because they can at least vouch that yes, this person has studied and completed their degrees as he has promised. All of those things, right? When you're applying for certain positions, choosing the references becomes very, very important. And I'll tell you why. If you're applying for a PhD position or if you're applying for a research position, and you have given a reference of a person that you worked on, maybe a generalist project, that's not a good reference. A good reference is a person with whom you have done a research project, so that that person would be able to accurately assess and vouch for your research credibility or your research competence, right? So choosing the references are sometimes more important than how you have drafted your resume, because for certain positions, these references can make and break the game. Again, when you have the references, who should be informed, who should be provided, and again, who should be actually communicating and writing to them. If you have applied for a certain position, and you have like 5 different people from whom you can choose your references, always reach out to them, let them know that they get a letter or an email or a phone call from a certain so-and-so position that you have applied for. So they are also prepared. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपने किसी से 10 साल से बात नहीं की है, अचानक से उसको फोन आ रहा है. That person put you as reference. I have met that person 20 years ago. I don't even remember that person. What will I vouch for that person? Right? Always a good practice. Use these people as your references. Your professors, your supervisors, colleagues that you have worked with. And again, I would not recommend that for UP students. But for a lot of PhD and postdocs, they can even put in their colleagues, their senior lab members as their reference. For references, always have a solid checklist of 3 to 5 people who you know would answer the potential employer's email. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपने email करा, आपने resume भेजा, interview हो गया, and then that employer is chasing the references for the past 6 months and they are not responding. Let them know in advance that this is going to happen, because drafting every reference letter takes time. Contrary to the popular perception, if you use a ChatGPT or any other generative AI to draft a reference letter, all the letters would come out straight. That person has worked with you. They need to add some individual experiences. They need to vouch for a lot of things. Again, inform them of the outcomes regardless of what happens. Because they also spend 30 minutes, they are also interested in knowing what happened to that certain position. Always a good practice. Now, this has been so much Gyan, and I understand that you may not want to hear that Gyan again and again. So what we did, we recorded it, we put it on the virtual internship capsule course module that is now available for MET students across all campuses. So please feel free to scan this resource. There are more courses on that, more course modules on that enable you to not only draft a good CV, but also write effective emails, good cover letters, all of those things. And these things are very important if you want to get a job. Again, how many of you want to get a job? Okay. And what are the other people planning to do? Startup? कोई है startup? है कोई startup? नहीं? Okay, one is there. Good. Clarity ahead of time is needed. First mover advantage. So if you want to get a job, cover letter, reference, CV, important for you. If you want to build your own business or you want to do a startup, they're even more important for you. Because CV, cover, reference letter, cover letter, as an employee, you will only have to draft once. But as an employer or as a recruiter, you'll have to look at 100 of those things every day. Even more important. Any questions so far? Questions? Yes. थोड़ा तेज. खड़े हो जाओ. Take a deep breath. Speak out. Yeah, that's a good question. A standard rule of thumb is 2 to 3, unless and until it's not asked for. There are sometimes, some references, they ask for 5 people, but that is at a very, very senior level. As UG students, 2 to 3, that's it. 2 is also good enough. Any more questions? Yes. If they've already asked for an LOR, even then it is needed, because I'll tell you what happens. Sometimes a transition happens. There was a certain HR or certain recruiter handling that position. They have transitioned out, and the next HR wants to do a fresh everything. And do they have the right contact information available to reach out to the person that has already put in the LOR, or you have already shared your LOR and they say that, that was advertised 6 months ago. Maybe I want to reach out again, see what has changed in 6 months. Always a good practice. Put in the contact information, even if they've asked for the LOR, just put it there, so that if they want to have a follow-up conversation, if they want to speak again, they have the information available. They don't have to come back to you and do all those things. Okay? Yes. Yes. Good that you asked. And I know that you are not the only person having this question. 60% of the Janata is having that question. References are the people who will write a letter of reference. Okay? So when I say you need a reference, you need 4 people who can write a letter of reference for you. Got it? So what her question was, that if I have already provided a letter of reference, do I still need to use a reference information, the contact information for that person? Yes, you need to do that. Because I want to speak to that individual, right? There can be n number of reasons. Okay? So reference is a person, letter of reference is the letter that has been written by that person for your certain application. Any more questions? Yes. It's there. See, there are a lot of different resume formats, but what we have done is we have collated a lot of them. We have come up with 2 to 3 ideal resume templates. They're just a placeholder. You can use it, you can adapt it. There are certain companies that use a very different format, but yes, it's there. You can find it, you can use it. History, of course, open to you. Any questions? I think, yeah. Please. I'll stop you right there. Can somebody give her the mic? She is beyond this zone where I can hear.
So, sir, my question is that if we have done a bunch of things and we are on the verge of prioritizing a few of our skills onto our resume, in that case, do we have to look into the fact that we have a scope, a diverse uh, set of skills that we are supposed to mention or we are going to mention, or that we have to look for some prestigious or let's say some valuable skills or positions that any recruiter might look for? So it is the diversity or the importance or the prestigious skill.
Actually, that's a question that has come across multiple times, and it's a question that keeps on evolving. That do we value the diversity or the depth, right? Again, I'll tell you, from a recruiter perspective, what you think is prestigious may not be something that I know or understand, right? As a recruiter, my first priority is to hire a person who can solve the certain problems that are provided on the job description, right? And what we'll discuss again, reading the job description is very, very important. There are some positions that even a top person cannot qualify, right? Because they are not the right people to solve that problem, right? So when you look at, and you have done a lot of things, you may have very good co-curricular profile, you may have done some exceptionally good extracurriculars, you have published research papers, you have done multiple internships, you are also into coding. It can happen. But always look at the job description, see what exactly they're asking for. So the first 3 things that you would write in your resume are the things that are most closely related to that job description, right? Then one level above, you see what that organization is also doing, right? So maybe you have applied for a position that requires research and teaching experience, or maybe research experience only. You have listed your research projects, but you see that certain PI is also active in teaching. So you can go and mention that I've also taught school children, or I've also done some outreach activities in local schools, wherein I promote the interest of sciences among K-12 or K-10 students, right? The third level is that you can add some additional skills that you have acquired. So maybe you see a lot of the work that faculty is doing is aligned towards a potential commercialization aspect. So you mentioned that you also have a basic understanding of how the business practices work, some basic accountancy practices. So you can help him understand, or him or her understand, the business aspects of it. That's it. Nothing more than 3 steps. You don't have to add all those things that, I was a gold medalist in my class 7, and I also won a district level paper plane making competition in class 11. I know that they are prestigious, but not the right platform. Hope you got what I'm trying to say. Always 3 levels: see the immediate thing, see the broader thing, and see a thing that they may understand, but they don't appreciate the problem or the beauty of a problem solving person, do that. Okay? Any more questions? Yes. Okay. So you understood how you prepare a resume, right? In a resume, everything is in brief. In a CV, give all the details. Like the question she was asking, how do I prioritize what to put in a resume? In a CV, she does not have to prioritize everything. And again, by everything, I don't mean all the activities that you did in your school, or you can also, please don't mention that you prepared 7 rangolis in one academic year. Or for a lot of boys, please don't mention that you ate 7 parathas or 8 parathas on a certain stop. That's not an accomplishment you want to put in your resume. Yes. Yes, the same way. For UG students, a good practice, class 10, class 12, UG. For a PhD student, PhD, Masters, UG. That's it. 11th, 12th, 10th, 12th also not needed. Again, there would be some questions in your mind that I also have done a certification course, or I also done a 2 month program. Can I write that in my education? Of course you can write it. But yes, please don't write too many of those things. You're also studying here and you're also studying there. How will I believe that you are always studying? I cannot believe it. Neither will the recruiter believe it. So prioritize what you want to answer. Right. Any more questions? Oh, yeah. Yes. I want to eliminate 95%. I want to read as little as possible. Okay, I'll tell you from a very personal experience. The first thing I do is I always look for spelling mistakes and formatting errors. See, if a person is not serious enough to look at the resume and spot these very small mistakes, they have a different purpose. Okay, they may be applying for a job because just like that. They may want to follow their passion, they want to do something else, a number of things. But that's one of the easiest filters that a lot of people use. Spelling mistakes and formatting. The second thing, a lot of the resumes, when you read them, they are very, very generic. Everybody has done a UC, everybody has done a PC, everybody, like a lot of the resumes that I get, everybody has done a PhD. What is the differentiating factor? And again, a differentiating factor is not the papers that they've done, but the story behind those papers. See, if I have access to 50 different instruments in my lab, I can publish 20 papers in a year. But there are some institutes where you need to struggle for resources, you need to go to 120 kilometers away to get a certain access, and you are publishing only 3 papers. I would be more interested in knowing the struggles behind those publishing those 3 papers, because to that laxity, to that everything, they have a story to tell. These 2 things. Easiest way, to see what happens and what does not happen. And another, if you want me to even go from 95 to 99, I'll tell you one more thing. See how they have formatted their resume. There are some people who are very smart. What they do, just to fit everything on 2 pages, they put it in font size 8. My eyes are already going bad. Just because I want to give you a job, I'm not going to spin them further spoil my eyes and read a text that is very visible, right? Standard practice 11 or 12 with 1.5 spacing, things that are spaced out, information legibly presented, easy to follow. It's basic common. That's it. Yes. Yes. Please stand up, find the nearest mic. भाई उधर ही बैठ जाओ, इधर वालों का आवाज सुनाई देता है मुझे. What do you want to hear from me? कि जाके लड़ाई कर लो उससे.
So, but
See, I know the question where it's coming from. Nobody has a rivalry. to be very frank, I know people who have not liked me, have started liking me, would like me today, and I know if 5 years ago they will not like me. It's all about the transition and the places we are. Frankly, if there is a person who puts an adverse remark just because they don't like you, it's a good reflection on your resume. Imitation is one of the best ways of flattery, but I'll tell you, see, there's nothing known as a good remark or a bad remark. And if a person uses words that are very strong or has a very specific tone in which that letter has been written, if I'm a diligent recruiter, I will not consider that letter. Because a person cannot be 100% wrong or 100% right. Everybody has a few shades of white, few shades of black, and multiple shades of gray, right? So if it's all about negative things, also, if it's all positive things, another same kahani. So when the LORs are written, they are written in such a way that they reflect the truest picture of you when they were interacting with you. And this is very important when you apply for certain academic positions, because those LORs, they are very, very useful. Sometimes they say that the student is quite good in certain areas, they can teach well, they can do certain amount of research well, right? But yes, if anybody puts a very strong recommendation, do not hire her in capitals and underlines it thrice, nobody will. Got it? और कोई सवाल? तो बहुत सवाल हो गए हैं. Do I go on to the next slide? अब resume समझ लिया, CV समझ लिया, but what to write in that? Right? Sometimes we are in this hurry that, let us get all the materials, but what to do after that? So one of the things that you need to write in your resume, and something that I talked about, the skills and accomplishment part, a big part of how you draft it comes right when you know what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. क्या होता है strength? What is strength? Push up, pull up, bench press. होता है यार, होता है, बिल्कुल होता है, बट वो जिम वाला स्ट्रेंथ होता है. यहाँ पे कौन सा स्ट्रेंथ होता है? प्रोफेशनल स्किल एप्टीट्यूड वाला स्ट्रेंथ, राइट? So how do you identify the right strength in yourself? कभी सोचा है? जैसे अगर मैं किसी से पूछूं, कोई भी रैंडमली खड़ा होकर बता सकता हूँ उसका स्ट्रेंथ क्या है? Anybody? कोई भी बता सकता है? What do you think is your strength? Anybody? Randomly? बताओ. या अभी तक सोचा नहीं है कि स्ट्रेंथ क्या है? ठीक है, वो भी सवाल बुरा नहीं है. जैसे मेरा स्ट्रेंथ है कि मैं बिना स्लाइड्स के 2 घंटा कुछ भी बोल सकता हूँ. एंड मेरा ये भी स्ट्रेंथ है कि मैं आपको मजबूर करूंगा इस कमरे में रखने के, सारे दरवाजे बंद कर दूंगा. नहीं, wait, see. You need to identify what is your core strength, and core strength for people is very, very different. For some people, the core strength is that they have so much good attention to detail that they'll find a problem or a spelling mistake in stacks and stacks of letters. For some people, the strength is that they are so zoomed out and not zoned out, zoomed out, that they can find or look at the bigger picture in every different condition. And how do you get this understanding of strength? Adversities bring out the best in us, but हर बार adversity में ही क्यों जाके best आना है? Best तो ऐसे जाना चाहिए ना? A good way of identifying your strength is to write the things that you are good at. And please don't write that I can make very good rings. That is also a strength. I want to learn that strength. कैसे बनाते हैं अच्छी rings? But again, if you're applying for a professional position that does not involve digital marketing or all of those things, maybe that's a strength that I won't want to overplay, right? So, if you are a UG student in your third year, there must have been some things that you are quite good in. जैसे कुछ स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं क्या no कुछ स्टूडेंट्स फेल हो जाते हैं इट्स ओके see I'll also tell you I was also not very good in academics. There are some students who are continuous toppers and there are some students who एग्जाम के 2 घंटा पहले जाके सब कुछ देख लेते हैं and then they get passing marks, right? Both are very different reflections. One student is always prepared, the other student can deliver meaningful things in the lowest amount of time. And the world has practical use for everybody. It's totally usable. Again, there are some students who attend all the classes, diligently make all the notes. It's also their strength. They are so good, attentive. Note-taking ability is quite nice. There are some students who class का कभी नहीं दिखेंगे, but they are very good friends with the teachers. They are very good friends with the toppers. They have all the information available to them. Networking, stakeholder management, these are technical terms. There are some people who know where to get what. उनको सब पता होता है कहाँ पे क्या मिलेगा. इनको resourceful कहा जाता है. The politically correct term is resourceful. So now you have terms that you can write in your resume that I am a resourceful person. You tell me what you want, I'll find it. I know how to manage all the stakeholders. I know how to network. I am attentive problem solver. These things. And everybody is good in something. Like one of the good things about me is that I can sleep for 18 hours if people don't wake me. I enjoy sleeping. And I can sleep most of the diseases off. That's the good part about me. So always write those things in detail. What you think you are good in. What actually makes the right amount of sense to you. And once you have the answer, you have identified the strength you are good in. And this would be useful throughout your career. So how do you identify the right strength for yourself? These are some representative questions that you can ask yourself. What do other people say you are good at? Right? Or what is something that you do when you are engrossed in things and after some time you realize that you have spent so much time doing it? पता ही नहीं चला, समय का पता नहीं चला. Again, I know what is the right answer for these things that you do, but वो strength नहीं है आपकी. Are you a people person or a data person? Depends होता है. कुछ लोग होते हैं who love to work in isolation. There are some people who जब तक 10 लोगों के साथ में होते तब तक दिमाग नहीं चलता है. Is there any tool or technique that excites you? Like AI सब बोल रहे हैं. What exactly in AI? What use of AI? What depth of AI? The user application criteria, the use case, all those things. What do you do in your free time? Game? कौन से game? Clash of Clans? Clash of Clans is dead. See, I'm old. I don't know that. Resident Evil. At my time there were games like Call of Duty. There was another game, first-person shooter, बहुत famous था. Counter-Strike and Age of Empires. That's it. The older Age of Empires, AOE expansion, Conqueror's expansion वाला, अभी नए वाले नहीं. And I was very good in that. इसी वजह से फेल होता था. But again, having that understanding taught me something. AOE में या फिर Counter Strike में LAN setup करवाना, 50 लोगों को रूम में लाना, ensure करना, taught me some real life skills. Manage everybody. कोई कुछ में से कुछ लोग होते थे, they would get a headshot in the first 5 seconds and they would, hey, we are dropping out. नहीं भाई रुक ना, अगले में तेरे को हम लोग देंगे मौका, तू जाके बॉम्ब डिफ्यूज करना। फिर पूरा दिन निकल जाता तो कहते हैं कि भाई 5 मिनट खेलोगे पूरे दिन में, बिठा के रखा है तुमने। तो जरूरी है। Again, there are some things that you are passionate about. Somebody said that they want to become a teacher, right? You want to become a teacher, what is the thing that you need to be passionate about? I think so is a generic term. And do you think that what was teaching 10 years ago would be the same type of teaching today, and in 5 years it would remain the same? So attention span is so less that you need to crack a joke every second or third speech so that people remain engaged. Right? How many of you did your 10th and 12th in COVID? Nice. सच बताना कितना ध्यान दिया था क्लास में? It's okay. See, honesty is the best policy. And that is the reality now. The attention spans have gone full and it's continuously going lower. So if you are going to be good in teaching, you need to have that attribute, that articulation, that reachability, that understanding so that you can be an effective teacher, right? So having an understanding and the answers to these questions will enable you to find your strength. Again, if you know the answers to those questions, I can provide you some technical words you can include in your resume. Like, there are some children who are very good in managing all the information that is available to them in their lab, right? They manage the lab inventory, they manage the chemicals, they manage the glasses, all of those things. Includes the lab management skill. There are some people who can manage a group of 10 people. होता है ना हर ग्रुप में एक आदमी जिसको असाइनमेंट की टेंशन होती है और 5 लोग असाइनमेंट की टेंशन नहीं होती है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक आदमी पे सारा टेंशन आउटसोर्स कर देते हैं, राइट? तो जो एक आदमी है, टीम मैनेजमेंट, रिलायबिलिटी, डिपेंडेंसी, ठीक है? देन देयर वुड बी सम पर्सन जिसको टीचर्स हमेशा पकड़ के खड़ा कर देते हैं, ये वाला इवेंट में तुम कंपेयरिंग करोगे, होता है ना कुछ लोग, प्रोफेशनल कॉम्पिटिशन, या फिर कोई जज्बाती लड़का होता है, लड़की होती है जो हर टॉक में सवाल पूछना होता है, राइट? मल्टीपल डिफरेंट थिंग्स. इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि कुछ प्रोजेक्ट करो, कुछ रिसर्च इंटर्नशिप करो, ताकि यू गेट एक्सपोजर टू अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स लाइक हाउ डू यू हैंडल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, हाउ डू यू हैंडल डेटा, हाउ डू यू रीड डेटा, all those things. Critical skills that would be important for you when you are applying for a job. And you can write all those things when you are preparing your resume. ठीक है? तो अब ये भी बात कर लेते, what are some of the career opportunities available for you? Right? If you have been following what the speaker said, and I know that you've been following because it's 3:10 and you are still in the room, it means that you are very motivated. A lot of the jobs that would be coming this year or the next year would be very different from the jobs that have been traditionally floated. You know why? Because earlier, information gathering was a challenge. Now, with the advent of a lot of large language models, information gathering is easy, but validating and curating, layering that information in the right sequence has become much more important, right? So if I can go on certain LLMs, I can say, teach me about this, and they'll teach you everything. And suddenly they have hallucinated somewhere and they have made India's population from 1.4 billion to 140 million. Who was there to check it? Nobody. So these are the skills that would become important. How do you validate, verify information? And again, how do you curate them in the right? So some possible career opportunities available for you, specifically for students here who have very high interest, desire, and motivation, to crack these jobs would be in science communication, in entrepreneurship, project management. Again, data is something that we have been hearing multiple times, so data science, and consulting and policy making, what Rajesh was talking about. Bindu also said, no, there would be so many jobs now in legal. Why? Because a lot of areas are quite gray. So, what do you understand by science communication? Anybody? There is a certain way how you present an information. And you all know what happens when information presented is taken in the wrong context. So if you are understanding how to present information the right way, you know how to articulate and you know how to explain a complex thing in simple words, science communication is something that you should be passionate about. And again, if you know how to make good quality reels, if you know how to make good quality videos, you know how to write something in a very simple language, one of the best career options for you. We actually need people who can explain science in simple terms for school children. There's actually a big need. And if you're good in it, there's a lot of really good money to be made. Consulting and policy making. You've heard of these terms, right? Consulting and policy making. For a very different context, we used to look at them. But now what has happened is that organizations are very strict about a lot of things. Sustainability practices, sourcing, recycling, right? And they need people, who can hold them accountable, who know the right terminology, who know how the right messaging to draft this information. And this is where these type of jobs will become very popular. So if you go on LinkedIn, you type ESG, which is Environmental Social Governance. There are a lot of entry-level positions being posted on a regular basis. If you have a BSc, if you have like a undergrad program also, they are very keen to hire. And these are really, really high demand jobs. Really meaningful jobs where you can help people be more sustainable, you can help organizations lower their carbon footprint, their energy footprint, their water footprint, all of those things. A talk of the town nowadays, startups. Again, how many of you are motivated to do a startup? Think of doing a startup or want maybe explore it in the long term. Okay, now I think there are more hands. There is a lot of funding and a lot of good things available for startups right now. One of the best times to do a startup anywhere in the world is it. We have so many startups, and again, also more than startups, if you look anywhere, there are so many problems worth solving. Specifically for students and specifically for people who have this understanding of problem solving. It's everywhere. You live in Delhi, there are opportunities to work in air pollution, water pollution, sustainable energy, sustainable living, all those things. You need replacement of plastics, you need replacement for 50 different, high energy, high resource intensive things. Maybe a different food product that does have preservatives. Multiple different opportunities available for you if you know how to crack the right market. As simple as that. And we went from less than 100 startups in 2015 to currently more than 130,000 startups. And by 2030, we'll be having more than 1 million startups. The pace is so huge. So many things are happening. Another skill, project management. Now, this is something that happens when you know how to break down a larger problem into smaller problems worth solving. you have that approach that not every elephant needs to be eaten whole. You eat the elephant one bite at a time. If you can do that and you are somebody who people rely on for managing everything, and I can tell you, there would be some people among you who know who other people rely on कि Goa trip तो यही बंदा करवा सकता है, right? A very basic example. 5 लोगों को साथ में गोवा तो यही आदमी ले जा सकता है, right? If you can do that, you are a good project manager. सबके कैलेंडर्स को अलाइन करो, सबके अवेलेबिलिटी अलाइन करो, सबके पापा के परमिट्स को अलाइन करो, सबकी छुट्टियां अलाइन होती हैं. If you can do that, a good project manager. You can write it that yes, I am able to manage 5 different people, 5 different projects, 5 different priorities, get things along. Again, data science, popular topic. I don't think I need to talk much about it. But you know what separates data and the science behind that data? Anybody? Like there is data all around us. When does it stop being data and become the data science? And what actually makes a good data scientist? Anybody? What makes a good data scientist? Of course, mathematics is important, or yes, that's the right term. A good data scientist recognizes a pattern when they see one. After a certain time, everything starts to show some pattern, right? And good data scientists recognize the pattern very, very easily. So if that excites you, that is something you're good in. Again, it is a career that has been popular for more than 15 years and will continue to remain popular because data is all around us and people want to leverage data, make things easier, make things better for them. So there are some tips for you. Whenever you are applying for any job, the first thing you need to do is read the job description very, very carefully. ऐसा नहीं होता नहीं कोई भी जॉब आती है कुछ भी है अप्लाई कर दो देखते हैं ना ये something for you, right? So whenever it comes to you, read the job description very carefully. Make your resume, draft it in such a way so that it aligns to the job description. Build your communication skills. In this era, in this age, the world is very, very small now. Effective communication, internet, they'll make it very, very small, very things closer to you. And in that, what do you need to do? You need to have the right communication to get it across. And by communication, I don't say that, you speak a fancy language. Communication, languages are just a tool. But you know how to articulate, you know how to draft it, all those things. It's written communication, it's verbal communication, and it is the cues that go behind it. So work on it. And this is a skill that everybody can develop. It's not something that, you are born with. Common sense is a superpower now. It's written common sense, but unfortunately, common sense is not that common. है कि नहीं? आप में से कितने लोग कहते हैं कि common sense is my strength? Nobody says that, right? But sometimes, that's the only strength that matters. So it's a superpower. Leverage it well. Build up your social media presence and leverage it effectively. And again, by social media, it's building the presence, not just consuming the content. ऐसा नहीं कि जाके 6 घंटे, sir, I am very active on social media. What? 6 hours. पता ही नहीं चला. so engrossed, so passionate about it that I passed 6 hours. Time का पता ही नहीं चला. Leverage it right. One of the most powerful tools for you nowadays, if you're in research, is ResearchGate. If you want to network, it's LinkedIn. To identify those tools, get the right value prop, and leverage it. Final, keep on networking. आपको नहीं पता है कि कब आपका कौन सा जान पहचान का व्यक्ति काम आ जाए. Everybody has some friend ना who knows everybody. जिसको हम बोलते हैं भाई करवा दे, अरे सबको यहाँ हो जाएगा, right? Try being that person. Life would be much easier. So let's try to conclude on 3 things. A lot of people come and ask the question that what should I do? The easier answer is get a clarity on what you don't want to do. If you have a clarity on what you don't want to do, you eliminate it, it would be much easier for you to identify what you want to do. Okay? So if you want to do a career planning, just list out the things that you don't want to do and you cross them across. Decision making would be super easy. A very important thing that people need to learn, and it's helpful that you learn it very ahead of time, is identifying the right mentors for you. You may not have answers to all your questions. You would need help of other people to answer your questions. It's always helpful that you have the right mentors, you have the right experts, you know the right people who can help you give those answers. So reach out to people, be on LinkedIn, speak to people that I'm facing this problem or I want this guidance. Do let me know. And people are always ready to help. That has been my experience so far. I've met really good people, who have gone out of the way to mentor me. I'm pretty sure you can find them too. A very powerful tool is LinkedIn. Use it effectively. You'll find the right mentors. You'll find the people who can help you along. And again, job is a milestone, career is a journey. Job change hoti rehti. Career समय लगता है बनने, right? So people can change their job. I have changed like 7 jobs in 4 years, then at ACS in 5 years. I have changed. My boss has changed like 3 or 4 times. Things change, but my career growth trajectory has always been upward, right? So have that understanding, and it would be really useful. So with this, we come to the end of the session. Questions? Anyone? आपके दिमाग में, आपके यहाँ कोई ऐसा नहीं जिसके दिमाग में चल रहा है कि मेरे सवालों का जवाब दो? कोई है? I think 3:30 बज गए हैं, अब आप लोग के जाने का टाइम हो गया है, right? So if you don't have any questions, we can close the session. And कितनी खुशी है, yes sir, वाह, भागना है, ठीक है, thank you so much. Hey, yeah.
So thank you, everyone. And this comes to the end of this program. And I really, truly appreciate your presence. And I can see this is the end of the program. And I can still see that 80% of the hall is completely packed. From ACS and of course, from Amity University, I would like to sincerely thank each of you for your great participation. You all will receive your participation of certificate within a week on your email addresses. So have some 5-6 days patience and reach out to us if you have any questions, queries.
President, if you want to share your feedback.
You'll be here only. All of you, please be seated for just 1 minute.
A small request, please
Be
feel free.
seated for last 1 minute.
अरे you have been here since the morning यार, 5 मिनट में और कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. Please scan the QR, provide us your honest feedback. If you want to share something, we'll be more than happy to hear.
So good evening, everyone. On the behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh and American Chemical Society, it's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks to the enriching workshop on skilling pathways for a future-ready workforce, which has been organized to celebrate the 150th year of foundation of ACS. Our sincere thanks goes to our resource person from ACS, so please, Dr. Krishna Raghav Chaturvedi, who's a PhD in petroleum engineering, who's currently working in ACS as a program manager with ACS International India Limited. Sir has given valuable insights to the students of Amity University to build up a short and attractive resume. And the most important part of the resume building is the building of skills in the relevant area to stand out and seek attention of the recruiters. Sir has given key insights like correct format of resume, adding skills into the like summer jobs, internships, research experience, and adding up social service certificate and positive references. Sir has also thrown us light on the possible career options for today's students in the field of scientific communication, project management, entrepreneurship, data scientist, consultancy, and policy making. The importance of drafting resume should be aligned as per the job description. My sincere thanks also goes to Ms. Aparna Sharma, who has been coordinating from ACS with Amity University to conduct this workshop smoothly, and also to Dr. Gaurav from ACS, who had been working day and night to bring all the handies and all the good the registration kits to you people before in time. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Momita Das Mukherjee on stage to hand over a token of gratitude to Dr. Chaturvedi. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Aparna Sharma for handing over a token. Thank you. Thank you so much from all the team members of ACS who has worked day and night to conduct this workshop in a beautiful manner. Let us carry forward this insight gained today and transform them to actionable outcomes to build up an adaptive, skilled, and future-ready, empowered learners for getting the best of their jobs. Thank you all. I would request the IT team to close the Zoom link.